All right. I see the attorney on, I see the manager, I see 3 members. All right, perfect. Hi, Chief. Hi, everybody. Okay. So yes, thank you all for making this special council meeting. Full moon, you guys are good to go? Yes, they are. Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. Thank you. So I would like to call our special council meeting. Thank you for being here on time. Today is Tuesday, July 21st, and it is 6:33 p.m. If I can please have a moment of silent meditation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call?
Roll call, Mayor Cubillos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Present.
He's here. Councilperson Urban.
No, sorry. Here.
Councilperson Perella.
Yes. Hi. Here.
I don't see Councilperson Roman. Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christy Alou, Village Manager, Interim Village Attorney Norman Powell, and Chief Magnuson. You have a quorum.
All right, great. Thank you. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda for these two one ordinance?
You got to read the virtual meeting advisor into the.
Okay, I was gonna have you do, not a problem. If I can please have the attorney read it into the record.
Right, it'll take a few minutes as usual.
Thank you. Thank you.
On March 20th, 2020, Governor Ron DeSantis issued executive order number 20-69 relating to local government public meetings. The governor's executive order suspends current laws that require a quorum be present in person and that a local government body meet in a specific place. It authorizes local governmental bodies to use communication media technology such as telephonic and video conferencing as provided in section 120.54 subsection B2 of the Florida statutes. Further, chapter 28-109 entitled Conducting Proceedings by Communications Media Technology of the Florida Administrative Code provides guidance for the procedures to be followed to conduct a proceeding by means of communications media technology or to provide access to a proceeding by use of a CMT. The governor's order does not waive any other requirement under the Florida Constitution and Florida's government and the Sunshine Laws. The village is using Zoom to hold this virtual council meeting. The Zoom platform does not require the public to purchase or download any additional software or equipment to watch this meeting. Zoom is a cloud-based platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. Public comment will occur as they always do at the council and committee meetings, during good and welfare, and after each agenda item prior to voting. When the mayor opens the meeting for public comment, anyone wishing to participate will have 3 minutes to speak. A resident will be recognized to speak in the Zoom application. If you're recognized and you're using a mobile device, click the raise hand on the bottom of the screen. If you're using your computer or your computer or personal computer, click on the icon participants on the bottom of your screen. You will see the option to raise your hand. There are 2 ways to view the meeting on your screen: gallery view and speaker view. Gallery view allows you to view almost all participants at the same time on your screen. In the speaker view, whoever is speaking will be viewed front and center, while other participants will be on the top in smaller squares. Please make sure to mute microphones when not speaking. If possible, use headphones to mitigate sound feedback. When addressing the village council, please first state your name and then your home address. All comments submitted will become a part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the village council prior to taking any action. Everyone participating in this virtual meeting is required to maintain decorum. There's no clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or opposition to a speaker or his or her remarks and those remarks shall not be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed. No person other than the person having the floor shall be permitted to enter into any discussion either directly or through a member of the council without permission of the mayor. No question shall be asked of the council member except through the mayor. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous, rowdy, disruptive, or make personal comments while addressing the council shall be barred from further participation in this virtual meeting by the mayor. If at any time during the virtual public meeting, the ability of the public to listen or participate is interrupted due to a technical problem, the meeting shall immediately pause during such time and resume when the technical problem is corrected. The village has published an agenda as well as included in the notice to the public pursuant to our village code and the items and topics that will be discussed at this virtual meeting. Mayor and council members, are you comfortable with the notice and provisions set forth as these uniform rules or procedures we have discussed for this virtual meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. May I please now have a motion to approve the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda, Madam Mayor.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I would second, but I don't have a copy of the agenda for this exact meeting.
My apologies. Does anybody else on the member of the council have a copy of the agenda? If not, Yanis, can you please put it, share the screen?
I'll second.
I'll take the second, but for purposes of voting approval, let's share the screen for the entire council.
I'm sharing the screen. Mine's not sharing,
No, I think that was the attorney. Did you just do that, Norman?
but I also tried to share it and mine didn't let me share it.
Norman, you're on mute. Huh. So for the, before I ask for a vote, to the attorney, can you just give a brief overview as to why we're going through this ordinance so I can go ask for roll call?
Right, the ordinance that's before you is to set the qualifying deadlines, but it's also doing a couple other things. It's amending the village's code to be consistent with the Florida statutes. The fees for qualifying were incorrect or are incorrect currently in the code. So what this ordinance does is two things. It corrects and brings into line the fees into the code, and it also sets the qualifying deadlines, which is required to be done by ordinance. So because we only have the 28th meeting coming up, we're calling the special meeting for the first reading, and then we'll have the second reading on the 28th.
And for some reason, we in the past, the council, we've done this before, but when we did the ordinance, we did it with specific dates. And that wouldn't make sense because the dates are going to change every 2 years when the elections would change because the calendars are not the same. So
Right, so
this
essentially,
standardizes it.
we're gonna have to basically do that every time the dates change. There's gonna have to be an ordinance per the statute.
And then so in 2 years or 4 years, when El Portal has another election, every 2 years, will it be through resolution of the ordinance?
Ordinance, that's the ordinance.
All right. Any other questions before I ask for roll call or approval of the agenda? I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson and a second by Councilperson Roman. All right, hearing none, do I have to have a motion to approve the agenda? Do I have I mean, excuse me, all in favor, say yay.
Aye. Yeah.
Yes.
Any nays? All right, hearing none, our special council meeting passes on today, Tuesday, July 21st. We're going to move right into the first agenda item, which again is E1, Ordinance 2020-14. Again, if I can please have the attorney read it into the record, and then I'll ask for a motion in a second and any discussion from other the council, and then I'll open up briefly to the public.
An ordinance of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, amending section 6-4, qualification of candidates, form petition of Code of Ordinances relating to the qualifying periods, providing for severability, repeal of all ordinances and resolutions in conflict, codification, and an effective date.
Okay, great. Thank you, Norman. And again, real briefly, before I ask for a motion in a second, just want to kind of reiterate the point we're here at, Norman,
Okay.
for the council and the public.
Right. By Florida statutes, in order to set the election date and qualifying periods, it's required to be done by ordinance, which requires 2 readings. This ordinance is doing that. It's setting the election date, which is going to be November 3rd. It's setting the qualifying period, which will be, it's on page 2. The qualifying period will start August 10th, 2020 and run through noon, August 14th, 2020. It's also correcting or updating the current provisions of the code in section 2 here in the ordinance to make it consistent with the Florida statutes. The applicable filing fee for a candidate is comprised of 2 components. There is a filing fee, which is 3% of the salary of the office sought, and then there's a 1% fee, which is an election assessment that has to be paid. In the old or in the current ordinance, the percentages are incorrect, so this updates and amends it to make it consistent with the Florida statute. I also amended the form petition in the same way. At the bottom of the form, if you'll see under where it says village use only, to make it consistent with the Florida statutes, it references the applicable section and breaks down what the filing fee is comprised of, which is the, again, the assessment and also the election assessment and also the statutory filing fee. So that's what this is doing. But again, because it requires 2 readings, we're gonna have the first today and the second and final reading will be on the 28th.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there a motion to accept ordinance 2020, I believe it's 14, correct? Yes, 2020-14.
Make a motion to accept the ordinance, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
The point of order, are we going to be discussing this at all?
Yes, right afterwards. Yes.
Okay, sorry, forgive me.
It's okay. So I just need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, perfect. So it's been seconded by Councilperson Erbraham. Any discussion? Now we can, now there is a motion on the table. Can we have it, any discussion? This is the time to ask any questions with regards to getting a better understanding as to what we're doing. And I believe I have Councilperson Erbraham who has his hand raised. Go ahead, you have the table.
Okay. How did this come to our attention that this needed to be changed? Because did we not essentially pass a standard ordinance already regarding the date of the election?
Yes, well, there was two things. One, I discussed with the clerk. We had miscommunicated, frankly, when she had sent me an email that there was a provision in our code that needed to be updated. I did not understand at the time, or understood at the time, that she was referring to the actual percentages for the actual filing fee. So when we passed this the last time, it didn't include the update to our code to make it consistent with the actual percentages outlined in the Florida statute.
And then as far as the dates,
Right, the dates are consistent with what we received from the supervisor of election. We have to have everything done by no later than August 14th. And the qualifying dates that are in here will allow us to meet the supervisor of elections qualifying period, drop dead qualifying period deadline.
so are we saying that if we did not make this adjustment, what would the penalty be as we get to November 3rd? What are the consequences for
I don't-
not having this aligned?
That's a good question. I don't know that there'd be any consequences or any penalty unless somebody wanted to challenge the results of an election. So to the extent that there was an election and we didn't actually update the ordinance consistent with the filing fee and assessments that are currently in the Florida statutes, if somebody ran and lost, they would have standing to challenge the results. So, I mean, I think that'd be the worst case scenario, that there'd be an elections challenge.
Okay, because we're going from a window of, 9 days of registering to 4 days, or 5 days, I guess. So is that standard for this is coming from the state or the county? Who are we aligning with exactly?
Okay, we're doing two things. We're aligning the fees that we're charging people who want to run for the particular office with the Florida statute. That's the state requirement.
Okay,
The latter part, in terms of aligning with the qualifying period to meet, that's local, because the supervisor of election, communicates with our clerk saying, look, you got to have everything to me by, or to us by no later than this particular date. So once she gets that date, and she can explain better, but I'm assuming what she does is look at what the drop dead date is for the clerk, for the supervisor of election, and works backwards from that date in order to see to give people enough time to qualify during that period.
And if I can just add to what you're saying, so also the changing that needed to happen as far as the updating the code, we've been needing to do that, and prior attorney and the clerk would tell you, we've talked about it, it was just never done. Even though every 2 years we were doing the ordinance with the change of dates. But what prompted all of this was when I saw the qualifying period, I was also surprised it was 1 week. And that's when I called immediately and I sent an email to the clerk and I said, hey, where is this coming from? And then when we all did our history, and I said, we need to really update the ordinance because the filing fee has been wrong for so long. This is a good time to get it done anyway. But then the explanation that she gave me, and again, she can reiterate it, was because that comes from the county, it didn't come from the state. And based on the time that we passed the resolution and the dates and when they needed it, of when elections are going to be, those are the dates that were given to us. But in the time that I've been here, and the 12 elections I've gone through, it's always been the last 2 weeks in April. So this is kind of a first for us to be 1 week, but again, she can better explain it than I can because she was one that spoke to them. I didn't.
I guess, Madam Clerk, is there anything you wanted to add then?
No, yeah, what ends up happening that since we piggyback on their election and we don't have our own, we are subject to their date, and they give us certain dates in order, like a timeline. This is the timeline that you have to have these documentations for me at this point. So we're usually relying on whatever they have. We have to ask for permission for everything. If we were to have our own election, it would be anything between 20 grand to 25,000. Because I did ask, that's one of the questions I did ask. And I said, well, what about if we had our own election? Since we are dependent on them, and especially with what's going on right now, they give you certain deadlines that it is. And this was something that was spoken about before, because I had brought it to the attention where we have meetings between clerks where I was reading that it was at 1% and we had it at 1.5, which that is a state law, and we were not in the rights with that. It didn't match, because I always look at our charter and I saw that it didn't match, and I'm like, and I started asking questions, and that
Okay.
was the things that came about. So yes,
Okay.
and then the mayor just told me about that. But I think the last election we had was also a week.
Right, I think that is, I remember that being correct, yeah. Okay, very good.
The last special election, not the regular election.
No, the regular election as well.
The regular election was 1 week?
Yeah.
And back in
It was the
2018?
It was the same thing. It was also a week, which I don't know if it gives you enough time, but we're regulated by what they want. I mean, you would have to move it more forward, but you have to have certain documentations to them. There's deadlines. So certain documentations. One of the things is that I think we only charge like $1. And that's something that I had spoken about for people to run here. Most places have like 50, 100 up. We charge $1. But that's outdated too. So I don't know who regulates that. So, I mean, that's not something that, but those are things that I just looked at. And I was like, okay, $1. So it gets confusing. And then of course, another thing that may need to be changed also is the income. That's something else that has to be looked at. The income of that you guys get. That has to be changed too.
What exactly needs to be changed?
It needs to be changed, the income amount. I think the amount that you guys are getting paid now, I'm not too sure. I have to look back, is 3,000. So the percentage is not right.
Yeah,
But
There's ordinance that needs to be done also in that effect.
But the percentage, sorry, forgive me, Mr. Attorney, go ahead.
Yeah, and so that's why I struck out the definition of the salary. I just left it as the percentage of the annual salary of the office sought. Because
Another thing, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Another
No,
thing
go
I
ahead.
had suggested was that I think we spoke about was, instead of having it with dates, you should have it with days. Meaning like the second week in August from here to here, or second or third week, because you're always going to run into the whole thing where it's not always going to be the same dates.
Yeah.
It was just a suggestion. I don't.
Exactly. The 10th for the following year could be on a Saturday or on a Sunday, and then it doesn't count
Never,
as a,
never
right,
have that starter today.
as a
Yeah.
business day. Yeah.
And just to complete the conversation, we had discussed actually just doing that, but the way the statute is written, and I also sought a second opinion to make sure my reading was clear. Every time you call the election, you have to do it by ordinance. So regardless of whether we said the last 2 weeks in August or the first 2 weeks in August, you still have to do an ordinance. So it makes it better in that regard, because as Mr. Kobe just stated, she's never going to know from year to year when the clerk's going to come back and say, I need it on the 23rd, the 22nd, or the 24th. So we're still going to have to do an ordinance. So that's why I just simply put the dates in that we know for certain this year, because we're going to have to do it again in a couple of years all over again per statute.
Any other questions from any of the members of the council? I don't see any hands. Nope. All right, seeing none, let me see if there's anybody in the audience. Nope. No hands up. Okay. If there are no other questions and you all feel comfortable, might go ahead and get a roll call of this, please.
Roll call. Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum,
Yes.
Councilperson Roman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And just for confirmation and on the record, when is the second reading, Denise? You're on mute.
Sorry, I think it's August 2nd, which is that first Tuesday in August. You have to call another special council meeting for that. You don't have enough time for the July.
All right, August 2nd?
Yeah.
All right. Just make sure we let the entire members of the council know. August 2nd, 6:30, most likely be our next special council meeting to have a second reading on this. Okay, with that said, thanks, Norman. You can retract from sharing the screen. Appreciate that. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Having done that, now we have anybody good in welfare would like to say anything? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn the special council meeting?
Motion to adjourn the special council meeting, Madam Mayor.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Urban. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
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 Any nays? All righty, our special council meeting concludes at 6:58 PM. You all have a good admin and finance committee. I'll see you at the budget workshop.
Madam Clerk, just let me know when Full Moon says they're A-OK to move to the next meeting. We'll go ahead and get started.
You're good to go.
Good to go. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. How's everybody doing? Good to see everybody here. The Administration and Finance Committee meeting for Tuesday, July 21st is called to order at 6:59 p.m. We've already had moment of silent meditation. We've already had Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call?
Roll call, Chairperson Nickerson,
Here.
Vice Chair Roman,
Here.
or is it, I'm not sure. Member Urban.
Here.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Sheet Magnuson, Interim Attorney Powell, and Councilperson Perella and Mayor Cubillos are still on.
Mr. Attorney, since this is a new meeting, do you have to read that again?
I just took a quick look at the attendees and everyone is exactly the same. So I'm reading for since I just read it less than 20 minutes ago.
It sounds good. I just know that, if somebody watches this meeting, it's different from the last meeting. So it's kind of like they'll be seeing it for the first time. But just as long as they know that we did it.
Yeah, I can read it back into the record.
As long as we're good, I just want to make sure we're good.
We're fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney. May I have approval of the agenda? You guys, this is the time right here if you want to add, delete anything that you see on the agenda. And also, Councilperson Roman, I wanted to know if you wanted to do a public affairs update, or are you okay for this time? You're good? Okay. Do I have approval of the agenda? Any additions, deletions, or as is, motion to approve?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Have a motion by Councilperson Urban. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Very much. Have a second by Councilperson Roman. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing no nays. Approval of the minutes. You guys, I haven't had a chance to read the minutes. You guys know I usually do, but I just didn't get a chance to go over the minutes this time. I actually went over like the first couple pages, but I didn't get a chance to finish them. Did anybody get a chance to finish them? And do they feel comfortable with approving the minutes? If not, we can move them to the next committee meeting, because I'll probably end up reading them as soon as we're done here tonight.
I thought the minutes were fine, so I'm fine with moving to approve them. I'm just wondering what happens when we don't pass the minutes. Are they ever going to come back? Because last meeting we didn't pass them, and the meeting before that we didn't pass them, and we haven't seen them. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, so the minutes that we moved to future meetings, because they were like the mistakes or the name mistakes that were in those, how long does it usually take, or what's the process in that with Full Moon, or do you correct it yourself, or how does that happen, Madam Clerk? Because I have no idea. Madam Clerk? We'll get that answer, and we'll get the clerk to email that out to the council, because I think that's a good question. That's something for all of us need to know, how we go about that process. Thank you very much, Councilperson Roman. Appreciate it. Good and welfare, you got, well, this will do, motion to approve the minutes. Councilperson Roman made a motion. Do I have a second for that motion to approve the minutes?
A second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Good and welfare, this is the time right here where anybody in the audience, you guys can come up and talk about anything on this particular agenda right here, anything on this particular agenda for the Administration and Finance Committee meeting. Do I see anybody's hands? Hold on one second. I don't see anybody's hands. So there's no good and welfare. We're gonna move right to the agenda item. So the first agenda item, you guys, is the manager pay adjustment. We've been speaking about this for a while in committee. Did everybody get a chance to go over the evaluation that she emailed out to us it was a while ago?
Yes.
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 First, I'm gonna ask, do you guys have any comments about the evaluation? Now, let me just say this for clarification. If this does pass through the committee tonight, it's not like if it passes through the committee that tomorrow she gets, whatever we decide. This does have to go to full council, everybody. So this still has to go to full council, to where then Councilperson Perrella, Mayor Cabillos will be having their input into it also. But here on the committee level, was there any, I'll open it up to you guys first, were there any questions or comments or anything that you have to say about the evaluation first? We'll go through the evaluation. Discuss that. Any questions for the manager? Any questions about the evaluation itself? Any comments?
Yeah. So just a couple of questions. In terms of resources needed, I'd be happy to give you the floor for a minute to talk about some of those specifics of the resources that you're looking for.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my computer turned off. Where are you guys at?
Okay. All right. Councilperson Urban, the village needs resources for all kinds of things, but I'm thinking of things that we need just to encourage and advance, our staff so that they are able to do more. We do have a staff that is one-person departments. And so everyone's responsible for that department, but also responsible to report what's happening in those departments. It would be nice to just be able to do more to enrich the department so that they are a lot more functioning. And I know, like, you're a chair of a committee of code enforcement, so you're very involved, but just that the actual person who works in that department should have a little more support. So I would like to be able to give more so that they can be elevated more, and then we can probably get a better, just better morale, a nicer work environment. I mean, I've done a lot in terms of changing the work environment in the village, elevating the professionalism, also just the overall look and cleanliness of the office, even before COVID. But there's always ways to kind of just reinvest in the village staff. And I think that would be really helpful. And I'm, committed to improving that, serving more as a mentor, and just being more of a just role model and serving in that way as well, to, provide more opportunity for the staff.
Is that a Councilperson Urban? That's your question? You good? Councilperson Roman? Good. All right, Madam Manager, I appreciate the evaluation. You know, this has been a long time coming, especially in committee, on the committee level. I was going through all the evaluation. I see you gave yourself a number 4 under number 2. You gave yourself number 4 for anticipates and analyzes problems. Why do you feel like why did you give yourself a 4 for that?
Well, because when I started with the village 2.5 years ago, I came in, 11 days later was a hurricane, and there was a lot of missing, a lot of gaps in just our deliverables to county and state, and just providing reports and those kinds of things. So I've gotten us up to where we need to be, and I'm, keeping a good watch over the clock and the time. I feel like I would like to do more in terms of getting out of that, like well, we're not reactionary. We're we're ahead of the game in that way, but I'd like to do more in planning and preparing the village itself, like the administration, in ways that could be like strategic planning or something. So that's why I would like to do a bit more. And I gave myself a 4 for that. But again, that comes with a little more resources, time too, and, just those are things I can see that can be improved.
Yeah, I saw with the whole the same question that Councilperson Erbaum had with the resources. I feel like when I saw that, I kind of like put a circle around the word resources, and then right next to it, I put a couple dollar signs, because I was like, that kind of like, it's a lot of different things, but money always would help. That's something that here in El Portal we always.
And even and sometimes resources are opportunity. I mean, there are other, there are creative ways to do it. But yeah, money is always needed. We need it in all areas in the administration, but there are resources that we do need.
I saw you also gave yourself a number 4 for under number 3, where it says set meeting agendas. The only reason why when I saw it, I said, I think she might be giving herself a number 4 because she doesn't actually do agendas. So
right.
It's not your fault though. Like you're punishing yourself for something that it's not you don't do the agendas for the.
Well, that's true, and maybe I should change that and amend it for the full council before next Tuesday. But you're right, and I did that because I was like, well, I don't set agendas, and
Yeah.
I'll change it.
Under supervision, this is not really about the actual evaluation, but I was just thinking, so under supervision, the 4th one down where it says sustains and improves staff performance by evaluating the performance, you don't really have many staff members. I mean, how many staff members do you have there that have been there for a year for annual evaluation? You don't have that. I'm thinking about it. You don't have that.
I have one person right now, and that's our chief of police.
Yeah, it's only one.
So he's due for an evaluation. But what I can say is that I have done them in the past. I've had 2 turnovers for my administrative staff in these 2.5 years. One was because I was new and coming in, and things change when you have a new administrator. And then the second one came due to a major labor issue that caused a lot of problems internally, including hostile work environment. So those 2 turnovers, precludes us from doing evaluations. But I did do one for former code enforcement officer Carlos Garcia.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at that. I was like, I was thinking about who's currently on your staff, and I was like, nobody's been there except for the chief. The one and only chief. Nobody else has been there. When I was thinking about everybody who's on staff, nobody else has been there for a year for you to be able to do an annual evaluation. Those are all my questions. I'll turn it on over to the audience right now. I'll call anybody in from the audience, and then I'll go back to the committee, and then from there, we'll go from there. So is there anybody right now from the audience who has any questions for the manager about the evaluation or anything like that? Seeing no hands from the audience. Going back to the committee. All right, so this is what I personally think, my fellow committee members. I think that because when we were talking about this, we were talking about her performance and the percentage that she should get for for her, based on her performance and based on, that she should have been getting a raise over time that she hasn't gotten yet, correct? How long has it been? Because you're due to get a raise is annually, correct?
According to my employment contract, it would be considered at the anniversary. So I've missed 2 anniversaries.
It's 2 anniversaries. The percentage committee members, I think, is a larger discussion. Well, this is what I think. This would be my advice. My advice would be to push the mayor pay adjustment agenda item out of committee to the full council, because it still has to go to the full council. In between that time, Councilperson Perrella and Mayor Cabillas will also get the evaluation. Then at the full council meeting, we have the discussion about the percentage. That would be my suggestion, instead of doing it right now between the 3 of us, because for the percentage, I think that Councilperson Perrella and the mayor should have their input in that with seeing the evaluation anyway. That would be my suggestion, just to move it out of committee to full council. Committee members, what do you say to that?
If I could.
Councilperson Urban, floor is yours.
So, the evaluation is not necessarily the issue. At a certain level, I almost feel like it would be irresponsible to push this through until we have a clear path on an incredibly stressed budget. So it's because there's still negotiation that needs to happen in terms of according to the contract, right? Like the contract should really be the driver here. So if we have clear language in the contract, then we should follow that if we can. But I'm sure you're all aware that we're experiencing a similar issue with collective bargaining and the PBA, and almost the exact, it's the same matter throughout all of these discussions that we're having. And that is, what is the condition of the budget to be able to facilitate this? And so shortly here, we'll be in the budget workshop, and we'll be talking about these things a little more in depth. But for me, the performance is not necessarily what's at issue here, as opposed to the feasibility of us to be able to make good on what we're saying. Now, going back again to what does the contract tell us we must do? And if it's a matter of, so I guess that's my single biggest question to determine whether or not I feel that we should advance this or not, might be for the attorney, in terms of what are we being directed to do by the agreement that we have in place with our manager.
Well, it's a binding agreement. And like most agreements, just because you don't necessarily comply with each of the provisions, it's not overall voided. So as I believe I just heard that there's been 2 cycles of missed evaluations and adjustments. I guess that's what we're all you all are in the process of doing. It doesn't stop the parties from also entering into a different or new agreement down the road. So those are all options that you can explore. I mean, is that answering your question?
Yes, the last remaining question then is, we are still negotiating what percentage of a raise it is, and that because that is determined largely on the evaluations in terms of, is it a
right, the percentage is open-ended. That's
right.
That's
where the evaluations come into play. Is that about right?
Right, but
Okay.
per the contract, there is an adjustment that's contemplated under the agreement.
Okay.
Yes. Councilperson Urban, is you good? All right, thank you. Before we move on, So my thing is, all right, so a couple of things. So first of all, I think that, I hear you, Councilperson Urban, loud and clear. I think that we need to, and you know, it kind of makes me think about like Pannoni, right? Like how Pannoni had the contract and Pannoni didn't live up to their end of the contract, right? So that's the first thing. I think that, you know, as a village, that we should at least push it out of committee for the discussion at full council to live up to our side of the contract that we have with the manager. The second thing is that I really do believe strongly that Councilperson Perrella and that Mayor Cabillo should have their voice heard in this matter. If nothing else, this is the way I feel. If nothing else, because you guys, even though this is within Administration and Finance Committee, the manager is a chartered officer, which means that if she was going to get fired, she would get fired by the entire council. If for her to be hired, it would be the entire council. So I think the entire council, it shouldn't be stuck in committee. I think the entire council should be the one to talk about if she should get a raise. If the entire council feels that she should not get a raise, then I think that should die in council. It can die in full council. But I think the full council should have the opportunity for her being a charter officer because this has been in committee for so long. Everything we've asked her to do on the committee level, she's done. The evaluation, like she's always has her manager reports and all this type of stuff. So I think that it's just, it no longer belongs in committee. It's past this level. She's a charter officer. I think it should be taken to full council. And then if it dies in full council, by all means. But I think it's past the committee level. That's my personal opinion. Councilperson Urban, I see you on mute. Go ahead.
Yeah. Very good. I do definitely see your point, and I definitely believe that whatever is required, and then even beyond that, whatever would be fair, is certainly what we should be doing. And so again, I go back to saying that for me, this is not a discussion exactly about performance. It is a discussion about the budget. And so I feel like this committee probably needs to have some incredibly difficult discussions about these things that come up. And so by no means am I suggesting that we do something that's counter to the agreement that we have in place. And I do agree with your points that that the full council should hear this. I'm somewhat frustrated that all 5 members would not be on this committee, honestly. Our village is so small, it's almost all 5 members should almost be on every committee. But having said that, I take your point, and I'm happy to have this discussion at the next level. So I don't mind pushing it forward.
Okay, I just want to say to that point, Councilperson Urban, that we also have the CFO on the Zoom call, as well as I have provided some numbers. If you have questions about what that would look, what any increase or any, options would look like, please contact me and I can provide you the information, because it may sound vast, but it may not be, and also understand we're talking about one person, right, not a full, cadre of, or a department. So I can provide you whatever numbers you want to consider.
Sure. Okay.
That information was provided to us on June 1st.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Councilperson Roman, do you have anything else that you want to add or ask for a motion?
I do agree that it all comes down to the budget. I mean, I shared that at the last meeting. I don't have a problem bringing this to the full council. We have the numbers in front of us, and with me, it's all about where are we going to get the money from? Where's it going to come from? How are we going to budget it? Same thing with the cars. We can figure out where the money's coming from. I have no problems doing it.
Agreed.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Roman. Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban, or I should say, thank you very much, Vice Chair Roman. I apologize for that. Do I have a motion right now? Does anybody else have anything that they want to add? Madam Manager, Chief Magnuson, Mr. Attorney, Madam Clerk, Councilperson Perella, Madam Mayor. Anybody else have anything they want to say? Mr. CFO? Anybody from the audience? I see no hands up. Do I have a motion to move the manager pay adjustment item to the full council?
I'll motion to move this item to the full council.
Motion by Councilperson Urban. Do I have a second?
I'll second with discussion.
Second with discussion. Go ahead.
So as I mentioned, we received the information on June 1st. I don't think this needs to be workshopped in terms of fully at the full council, because that is going to be, this is a long discussion. So if we're moving this to the council, just like we would move anything else, it should be with a recommendation.
But with the percentage you're saying?
That is correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. That's the way I wanted to move it. I was just trying to find a middle ground because I was, since Councilperson Perella and Mayor Cabillos have not seen the evaluation, and they might, have the evaluation as part of what they feel like the percentage should be. That's the only reason why I wasn't going to attach a percentage to it. But in my opinion, it should be 5%, in my opinion, if we're going to move it with that. Now, we can keep the same motion on the table. I understand what you're saying, Councilperson Roman. We could keep the same motion on the table, or we can withdraw that motion and we can attach the percentage to it. Councilperson Urban, what do you think either way?
Well, I'm at 3%.
I think that I personally think we should move it to the full council as
So
is.
I do have a question.
Yes.
In that there's been 2 missed evaluations. There's 2 periods of that have been missed, 2 opportunities to have a raise. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then are we accounting for that retroactively, or is this simply going forward?
I would think that this is moving forward.
Okay, then I could perhaps be moved off of 3%.
Councilperson Roman, would you not motion if it did not have a percentage attached to it?
That is correct.
Okay. So I would say, do I have a motion to move the manager pay adjustment item to the full council with a 5% increase? Do I have a motion for that?
A motion to move it to the council with 5%.
I have a motion by Councilperson Roman to move it to the full council with a 5% increase. Do I have a second? Remember,
We'll have that discussion when we get there. I'll second.
a second by Councilperson Urban. I have a motion by Vice Chair Roman. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call?
Roll call. Member Urban,
Yes.
Vice Chair Roman,
Yes.
Chair Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Everybody who's watching this, keep in mind, this will go to the full council. At the full council, that percentage can be adjusted. So, all right. And we will get those evaluations out to Councilperson Perella and the mayor as soon as possible. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to the next item, Madam Manager, any village administration updates that you may have for us?
Yes, I want to just update you quickly that the administration is going back into staggered work schedules. We've had some staffers have some medical issues and test positive with COVID-19. So we're going back to staggered work schedules. We're still very effective with our online and making appointments. People are working from home. We're able to do that technically, so we will push forward with that. Also, I wanted to just update our community and say thank you for everyone really following the CDC guidelines and the executive order from the county, in that we aren't in a position where we need to cite residents about the face coverings. That is key to getting us through this this virus, and so I'm happy to see that our villagers are abiding by those regulations and are taking it in stride. So we are in good stead in that respect. Another item I want to mention too is that we have a solid waste RFP request for proposals out. I released that yesterday. It is so that we can get a new contract for our solid waste removal. It is online. It was also advertised in the Daily Business Review. And this will affect our non-ad valorem fees for residents. I expect that it will be higher than it has been in the past under the current contract we have with Waste Management. Fees were low, and Waste Management reached out to me and said they just could not go another year like this. So they are requesting, they may also provide a proposal in this round as well, but that they wanted to end the contract with the Village of El Portal effective September of 2020. So we will cap the proposals on the 7th of August, and I will conduct a review with a group that I hope will be, I haven't put this out here to everybody yet, but I would like maybe the Resiliency Task Force or some members of the Resiliency Task Force to review the proposals with me, and we'll make a selection and present that to the full Village Council to make the selection for the new solid waste contractor. And that's it in terms of those announcements.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. Councilperson Erb, I see your hands up. You want to go ahead and jump in right here?
Yes. Regarding employees testing positive, does the village put out any notifications at any point that we've had staff test positive, or do we know how many people within the village? Do we have our own numbers within the village regarding positive cases?
Well, in terms of our residents, no, we would not know that. They would not report that to us. And in terms of our staff, we aren't notifying the public about that. There are HIPAA laws that we have to maintain too, and this is their privacy, but we are alerting internally about this. You know,
Okay.
We're wearing masks, and we do follow a strict protocol of we are cleaning every hour. We are disinfecting. We are going to now do a deep clean every once a month. We've already done 3 so far, the deep bio cleaning. So we just had one about 2 weeks ago, and we'll prepare for our next one. But because we are a police station, we do have staff, you know, that's not there every single day. So some staff, so we've had a little change, but we're being very, very careful. And we've also discouraged just visiting, you know, we all work together. We have to email and call. We just won't be visiting and chatting. And, you know, we want a very pleasant work environment, but we want everybody to be healthy. So everybody on staff is aware, and I have let council members know as well about that.
And then if it's possible without violating any HIPAA laws, is everybody okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Erb. Councilperson Roman, you have any? You're good. Anybody from the audience has any questions or comments about the village administration updates? Chief Magnuson, you good? Mr. Attorney, good? Madam Clerk, we're good? Councilperson Perrella, if you're there, Mayor Cabillos, if you guys have any questions or comments for the manager about the village administration updates, Mr. CFO, Mr. Wallace. Seeing none. Thank you very much for that, Madam Manager. We appreciate the updates.
You're welcome.
Moving right on to the next item, you guys. This is the budget hearing dates. You guys know we have to choose the budget hearing dates. We usually choose those the 2nd and 4th in September. Madam
Well,
Manager?
we have two hearing dates that we have to abide by. They have to not interfere with the county or the school board's dates. So I do have those county dates as well as the school board dates. So we just can't choose those dates.
What are the county dates?
The county, the first date is September 3rd and the second is September 17th,
And the school boards?
September 9th.
We can do the 8th because the second Tuesday is usually the planning and zoning meeting.
No,
The second Tuesday is usually the planning and zoning meeting, correct?
that's true.
We can piggyback on that meeting. That would be 9/8. And we can do the other one the day of the regular council meeting, 9/22.
The 20. Let me ask the clerk. Clerk, do we have to have it after or before? Are there some requirements about the in-between the county's meeting?
You can have it, usually goes before the meeting.
Okay, so we can do the 8th and then the,
No, I mean hour. You mean the time or what are we talking about?
no, I mean the date. Like, I know that if we have the counties on the 3rd and the 17th, do we have to be in between that? Like it can't be,
No, it's after. You can't have it on their dates.
no, I know, but it has to be like the 8th and the 22nd. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
After the county and school board are done with their budget meetings, or do we have to have it in between, like before they're finished with their last budget meeting? Can we have ours after their last budget meeting, or does it have to be before their last
That
budget
would
meeting?
be more of a question for the attorney because that's legal.
I'd have to research that.
You
I
have to
don't know
look
off
at
the
the,
top
you
of my
probably
head.
have to look at the
Yeah.
numbers
Yeah.
and the law. That's
Yeah.
legal.
I mean, I would expect that you'd want to have it afterwards because you'd have an understanding of what the budget coming out of the school board and the county would be. But, to give you a direct answer, I don't know. I'll have to find out.
So maybe the 22nd and the 29th, if it has to be after.
And almost roll, remember, you have to
It's
advertise
usually-
that trim. You
Yeah.
have to advertise the trim too.
Yeah, usually you want your second one to always be after the school board and the county, but I don't know if there's a mandate that it has to be in between.
Well, we'll get the answers.
Yeah, we need to get that first. So why don't we choose the budget hearing dates? After the attorney, you can get that the answer for us before next week's.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then, so we'll choose the first and budget hearing dates at the full council meeting. We can just
Well, Are you looking to do the second one before or after the county and the school board's meeting?
to do the second one after theirs are over.
Right,
The last
so
one is the 17th. I was looking at the 22nd.
their last is on what date is this?
17th,
On the 17th. Okay, so then,
second couple of dates,
right. Ours would be on the 21st.
or 22nd.
9/8, which is the county's first one is 9/3,
Mhm.
but the school board is 9/9.
Right.
We can do 9/15, 9/22. Is that enough time to have 1 week after the other? My initial, Mr. Attorney, was 9/8, 9/22. That was my initial suggestion, 9/8, 9/22.
Right, like I said, I'll get with the finance department, the county, but, customarily you'd want your second meeting to be after the school board and the county is finished.
I remember in the past, the way we would just do it, and which is, this is good that you're doing this for us. I really appreciate that. Because in the past, I remember we would just say, as long as it wasn't on the dates.
Right.
We would just do it as long as it wasn't on the dates. And I think we would just go from there, but we weren't, we didn't get as particular as, you know, if before or after theirs was over or whatever. But it's good to know that just legally where we stand with that. So
I've never been asked that question, so I don't have an answer, but I'll get the answer and I'll email everyone tomorrow.
Appreciate that, Mr. Attorney. What my suggestion is, you guys, is that we move this to the full council meeting. After he'll have that answer next week at the full council meeting, we'll have, we'll be able to pick the dates depending on his answer at the full council meeting. Councilperson Urban, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Sure. I was just going to say that for me, it's not a problem that the first budget hearing would be before the school board meeting, because if there's anything of consequence or significance at the school board meeting, we'll still have an opportunity at the second budget hearing to discuss that. So I'm not as concerned to make sure they're both after that school board meeting. And the news will be telling us what's going to be discussed on the way into the school board meeting the day before we have ours anyway. So we'll have a pretty good idea heading in, I think. Any surprises we can deal with at that second meeting, I feel like.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Yeah, like I don't know if the CFO knows or not. I don't know if Chris Wallace, I don't know if he knows. He might have an idea, but
Give a chance.
I don't know if he's there. Yeah. I'm not sure.
You'll need to unmute yourself, Chris.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'll get closer. So the dates of the school board meetings and the county commission are the 3rd, the 9th, and the 18th, as you noted. You also have a special assessment hearing that you'll have to conduct in addition to your trim notices, your budget hearing. You have to adopt an assessment for your solid waste. So, I mean, typically you try to not have a lot of special meetings. The trim meetings regarding the property tax and the budget have to be done Monday through Friday after 5 p.m. or Saturday anytime, but I don't, you know, everyone's going like this. So I've never had a meeting on a Saturday in my life, but that is technically possible. Sunday is altogether out. It's also kind of, you know, up in the air as to whether at that point in time we're still going to be doing virtual meetings or not. I suspect we will, but you really don't know. But that doesn't have anything to do with the dates. And I don't know what to tell you about your dates. It's up to you guys. You just can't have them on the 3rd, the 9th, or the 18th of September.
Correct. Is it 17th or 18th?
It's the 17th. I called.
Was it the 17th?
It is.
Wow. And then I stand corrected, and we're using the wrong date
Thursday.
somewhere else. All right. So if Christie has confirmed the 17th, then I go with the 17th. I'll have to go back and confirm that myself. We had a letter from the property appraiser's office earlier, but all right, 17th it is.
Also, point of clarity, I know that there is an item about trim on the full council agenda that's coming up in July. So I know we'll have to address that on that agenda too.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the practice is in the village. The statutes require the chief administrative officer, which you have is in the village manager, or the mayor, if it's a mayor form of government, which you don't have. They're technically the ones who set the millage rates and the date, places, and times of the public hearing. However, most people do that in conjunction with the elected body, so everyone's on the same page and no one's yelling at the other side. So it would be good to, you're going to have to do this by the end of the month for everything.
Chris, do we have to have our first budget hearing after the school board meeting? Because that's the.
No, you just can't have them. I think one of the school board meetings typically is in August, and you can't have it in August. The earliest I think you can have your meeting is the 3rd onto the trim calendar.
It would be the 4th.
The 4th.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll work on getting the date solid and then we can,
I think I'm looking at the wrong year, actually. I have my calendar up, but I don't know why it changed to 19. But you just can't, on the school board and county commission, you just cannot have your meetings on the same day as the school board or the county commission. That's the only prohibition you have on that. So they tend to set their meetings first, and then you're just stuck with what's left. And a lot of the communities have a large Jewish population. You'll find that the available dates because of Jewish holidays in September become very constrained. I don't know if that's an issue in your city. I don't suspect it is, but you can have them on holidays, but in some cities, they definitely do not want to have them on certain Jewish holidays.
well, we have some dates we can work with. So we'll wait to hear just about whether we can have it before or after the school board's meeting on the 8th or the 15th. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. Thank you, Madam Manager. I appreciate that. So, Mr. Attorney, if you can just get back to us about that. I'm looking at, or what I suggest is, if possible, for the first budget hearing, either 9/8 or 9/15, and for the second budget hearing, 9/22. And what I'm trying to do is piggyback on, I'm assuming it's going to be Zoom on other meetings, so that we don't have a whole new setup day and it's a whole new $500 and things like that. Yes, Mr. Wallace.
I did want to point out one important thing, and I think it'll be not an issue for you, but you have to adopt your special assessment by the 15th of September. You can't have that hearing after September 15th and put it on the property tax bill. I mean, if you wanted to bill and collect it yourself, which I wouldn't, advise, you can go later. But if you want to get it on the property tax bill, we have to have that special assessment hearing by September 15th.
Yeah, so either the 8th or the 15th, we'll do that.
Well, you could do the special assessment hearing on the 8th if you wanted to. You just can't go past the 15th on that date.
Hey, Chair, this is Mayor Cabillas. I'm going to chime in real quick just to help you out a bit. So the assessed and non-assessed is always done in July. It will be done in July. Historically, we've always done it. It's the best way to do it, simply because it really gives an opportunity for all of us to have real conversation with regards to the millage, and if there's anything that we would like to see differently done with the millage. So the trim, the non-assessed, and non-ad-valorem, all of that will be done in July. It's what we traditionally have done, and it's what I was going to put on the agenda for July. As far as your second budget hearing, we've always done it at the September council meeting right before 6:30. We've had a second budget hearing, and that's always been ample time. So we must have it after the school board and after the county, and that always has given us sufficient notice. And then you just piggyback. It's a special, it's a second budget hearing at 6:30 right before the council meeting on the 4th Tuesday in September. So if that helps any, again, that's what's historically always been done in the village. As far as your first hearing, that's the one you can play around with a little bit, and clearly the budget would take priority any committee meeting that's going to be going on as needed for that month. So, and historically, we've also made it a habit just to do it after, as the CFO and the manager have said, you cannot do it the same day, but it's always been a good and best practice to do it after the county and school board meets both times.
Thank you, Mayor Cabillas. Yeah, which is why I chose the 22nd, which is our full council meeting. That's why I chose 9/22, 9/22. Councilperson Erbaum, then I'm going to Mr. Wallace.
So, am I a little bit crazy in thinking that was wildly inappropriate, and I shudder to think what would have happened if I had done that in a different meeting?
Well,
as a point of order, I'm in all sincerity, what would happen to me if I had done that in any other committee or any other meeting? I did not appreciate that at all.
Thank you, Councilperson Erbaum. I mean, I try, you guys, I can't control anybody else's meeting and the way they run their meetings or their committees, but everybody knows that here in my meetings, that everybody, I try to give everybody an equal voice. As much as possible. You guys know how I am. That's just the way I am. Councilperson Erbaum?
We've had several discussions that were saying, hey, let's just have this discussion of full council. So do we have all 5 members here or not?
I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But this would be something that And like I said, this would be something that I would open up to the audience and open up to other individuals also. But point taken, Councilperson Urban.
I'll drop it. I'll drop it.
I'm not trying to get away from you or shun you or anything like that. You know, I try to open up, you know, just like, you know, when I have my committee meetings and things like that, if Councilperson, you know, Corella wants to speak, I try to allow him or anybody else to speak. That's why I usually try to go around the table and ask anybody if they have any thoughts. Where, you know, in some other, you know, meetings, some other committee meetings, they don't ask the clerk if she has anything to say. They don't ask the chief if he has anything to say. They don't ask the attorney if he has anything to say, or the manager if she has anything to say, or the CFO if he has anything to say. But I just run my meetings like that. Yes, Councilperson Urban, definitely.
I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill.
I got you.
That's not my objective here. Okay. It's just, I'll just leave it at that. I shudder to think what would happen to me if I would ever do that in a meeting. So.
And like I say, it's not like I'm here trying to disagree with you or anything like that. I'm just trying to make the point that all I can control are my meetings, right? The meetings that I'm a chair of, I just know that, you know, I can just control it the way I can control it, right? That's all I can do. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Everybody's voice definitely is always respected in my meetings. Appreciate that, you guys. All right, so you guys, so we're gonna move this.
If I could just interrupt 1 second, because the question I'm being asked is becoming a little bit academic. If the committee wants to have the second budget hearing after the school board and the county has done their work, you all can set the date right now. I can still give you the legal answers to whether or not it's mandatory or not.
Okay, so you're saying we can set the dates right now, and then if it's not legal, we can change them later, which is full council meetings, what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's the thing. When this first started, I said that I thought that the first budget hearing should be 9/8, the second one should be 9/22. The situation came about, though, is that the manager said, well, I just want to be clear if there's any type of legal parameters to where we have to have it within you know, the county or school board meeting or after. She was trying to look for a legal answer.
Right, and just to be clear, I'm not aware of any pronouncement that's other than you just can't have them on the same dates. But as the discussion went further, it sounded like, I believe the CFO said, and your discussion led to, it would make better sense to have the second meeting or budget hearing after the school board and the county is finished with their work. So given that fact, I don't see any reason why you all can't set the date if you choose to do that tonight, because it's going to be after the school board and the county finishes their process.
So dare I say, I make a motion to move this forward with the tentative dates of September 8th and September 22nd.
Yeah, thank you. Took the words right out of my brain.
I think that the manager was trying to be safe. She was trying to be safe and get an absolute.
That was a good question. It was a great question.
Yeah, only because the school board has the meeting on the 9th. So I didn't know if it had to be, our first meeting had to be after that, but
She was just trying.
as long as it's not on the same day, I think we'll just go with that.
She was trying to be better safe than sorry. We appreciate that, Madam Manager. We appreciate
You're
that. I have a motion, you guys, for the first budget hearing to be September the 8th and the second budget hearing to be September the 22nd to move to full, well, those are the dates to move to, do we have to move the full council to vote on that? Yes, no? Do we have to vote on that with all 5 members, correct? To move to full council. First budget hearing, September the 8th, second budget hearing, September the 22nd. We have a motion. Yes, Councilperson Urban.
Just tentatively.
Tentatively. We have a motion by Councilperson Urban. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Councilperson Roman. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call, Member Urban,
Yes.
Vice Chair Roman,
Yes.
Chair Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody was good with that. Nobody had anything they wanted to say? Everybody good with that? Appreciate it, appreciate it. You guys, right now we're gonna move on to good and welfare. Good and welfare, if anybody has anything that they want to say about anything at all, it could be on this agenda, it could be anything in your mind, anything that you have on your mind for the day. Anybody in the audience wants to come up and talk about anything at all, this is your time to do so.
So this is Claudia Cabillos, 206 Northwest 91. And I'm elected by the people and I serve for the people. And when I have residents calling me, watching on Facebook, telling me that the committee does not know the dates and they need some assistance, my duty is to call in and answer any questions like I did to add value. See you all at the budget meeting.
Thank you very much, Mayor Cabillos. Let me just say, though, that whoever was watching this and saying that we didn't know what dates, the first dates I came up with was 9/8 and 9/22. As soon as this item came on, I said, I was thinking about you guys September the 8th and September the 22nd. So whoever's watching this on Facebook, I said those dates as soon as this agenda item came up. So whoever thinks that we didn't know the dates, I don't know what they were listening to or what they were watching, but that's exactly what I said as soon as this agenda item came up. I just don't want it to get out there that, Omar doesn't know what he's doing. Somebody's trying to paint it like that. That's absolutely not true. I said those 2 days as soon as this agenda item came up. And then the manager chimed in and said, well, I just want to say, are these the right dates? Can we do these dates legally? And then that's how we got into the date discussion. But as soon as this agenda item came up, I said, I suggest September the 8th and September the 22nd. When these minutes for this meeting come out, I advise everybody or suggest that you guys can go back and look at those minutes and read them, and you'll see that I said those 2 days as soon as the agenda item came up. Therefore, if you feel that in this committee that we didn't know what we were doing about the dates, that is unfortunately incorrect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Anybody else from Good and Welfare, you guys? Hearing none. Do I have, before I get a motion to adjourn, Madam Manager, any last words, questions, comments? Councilperson Erbaum, any last words, questions, comments? Vice Chair Roman, any last words, questions, comments? You're good. Mr. Attorney, questions, comments? Chief Magnuson, very good. Questions, comments? Madam Clerk, very good. Madam Clerk. All right, I'm seeing nobody else, and Mr. Wallace, I think, is about to come on, and we're going to get to the budget. Anybody else? Councilperson Perrella, Madam Mayor, any last questions, comments? All right, you guys. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a motion to adjourn the Administration and Finance Committee meeting for Tuesday, July 21st?
I'll motion to adjourn.
I have a motion from Councilperson Erbaum. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second from Vice Chair Roman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. The Administration and Finance Committee meeting for Tuesday, July 21st is adjourned at 7:55 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate that.
Everybody's ready for the workshop?
All right, give me a little, my dogs are a little excited. I think my husband just got home, so you might be hearing them bark a lot right now. All righty, so we've gone through call to order, moment of silent meditation. Madam Clerk, can I have roll call, please?
Roll call. Mayor Cabillos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Councilperson Roman.
Here.
Councilperson Furlong,
Here.
Councilperson Perrella.
Here.
Present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, also Christia Liu, Village Manager, Chief Magnuson, and interim Village Attorney Powell, and Christopher Wallace, CFO. You have a quorum.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, so for those of you joining us for the first time for the budget workshop, a little historical background here. The budget workshop is something that was good practice to always have. The village traditionally never had it regularly on time. They usually would have it either in August or late August, sometimes in July. So one of the things that we put in place back in 2015 was kind of standardized as when we are have the budget workshop. So since the summer of 2016, the budget workshops have always been in July. Made most sense, as the trim notice must go out by the end of July. The assessed ad valorem must be done, waste must be done, and as you all just discussed in the meeting before, the budget hearings happen in September. So having our budget workshop, and when we used to workshop this in late August, you know, as a council person, I would get a little frustrated because it was like after all the work was done and there was really never, you know, great input in from the members of the council as we dictate and move forward with the budget. And the other reason why July made most sense was because legislative session is generally over in June, and we know whether or not monies was going to be received, money was not going to be received. So July was a good time to say, hey, this is where we're at. This is what we're potentially getting from the legislative session if we were successful. And these are some of the priorities and values and needs that our city and our village has. And then we'd come together in July with ample time without having to scramble and have a budget workshop after we would pass the ad valorem. Never really made sense to me. So now we're here, and now we have it generally on Tuesday. I always suggested to do it Tuesday, since historically in this village, our council meetings and committee meetings are always on Tuesday. So in an effort to help the residents out and know that Tuesday would be government night, we have our budget workshop, State of the Village. I try to promote to do everything on Tuesday, so that as busy we all are with children's and families and jobs, that at least they know Tuesday there's something going on in the village. So I'm glad that you all were able to figure out on a Tuesday, and we are here to do the budget workshop. So this is the time. It may take a little long, but this is the place. This is the time where we got to ask all the questions, make all the recommendations. I would propose that, you know, Christia first walk us through it. Wallace give any explanation with regards to where we're at. Then the manager will go with the recommendation, and then we will all go in and opine. We can do it. My recommendation would be do it by department, as we have all received the budget. I guess my first question should be, do we all have the budget in front of us, and did you all receive it? That's the most important thing. Does there not everybody has the budget? All right, so with that said, my recommendation would be, after we hear from the manager and the CFO, that we then we would go in and ask the questions by department, and whether or not the recommendations from the manager is something that we want to agree on, or we have our own recommendations and questions and all that good stuff. So at this point, I'll ask the manager to prepare us for what we have ahead of us, and then have Mr. Wallace chime in as needed when you need it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mayor. So yes, before you is the most recent review of our village budget. As you can see, it's but for the debt, we are in line for everything that was budgeted and adopted last fiscal year. For this budget, we are not over in any way. We are where we're supposed to be, and we have a very lean budget. I went through with our CFO and also with the vice mayor at one point, and also the mayor at another point with the CFO, to go through each line by line to ensure that we have descriptions that can let you know, can give you indicators as to what these items are for, because sadly, we didn't have a lot to go by from in the past, and had a misstep last budget cycle with our former CFO team. So I want to start with the first page, the general fund. It looks pretty straightforward. I do want to draw your attention to, just some of the fees and the licenses and permits, building fees. Those came from Cristo Rey and the Cavista project. That extra work that came from there. We have some variances right under code enforcement revenues, not yet booked. I know it looks daunting since it was budgeted for 30,000 and came back with just 150, but those are monies that aren't, we don't book them until we collect them. And so we haven't gotten to a place where we're collecting. Last budget season, we were able to, or I was able to negotiate some liens and some fees that really helped out, but we haven't gotten there yet for this cycle, even though we're still negotiating. The interim village attorney and I are still negotiating a few bigger ones, but those things are forthcoming. If you go through, I don't know if I should go line by line, but as you see, there are a lot of things, but I do want to let you know, we're with our mobile home license, we still collect a little bit of a fee for that mobile home property. So that's still on there. Our alcohol beverage license, garbage, solid waste revenue, which is big still. So we're in line for our revenues and they seem pretty straightforward. If you have any questions about that, we can come back. But let's move on to the departments. Let's go first to the council. So that's legislative, page 2. That's all been cleaned up a bit. I hope that everybody, knows where we stand with that. I want to also just bring to your attention, I don't know, well, the new normal may be that we will be doing these kinds of meetings. So that's something we'll have to think about for council meetings, maybe in the clerk's budget, but we'll get to that. But just know that that could be something that may need to be added in future about Zoom and technology. But so that's straightforward. Administration and finance. Let's move to that. It's pretty spelled out. The item for, the village attorney fee is under my budget, as well as the lobbyists. These are professional services. So the lobbyists and IT services, our grants writer, that's Mr. Ruano with EcoStrata. And in past, Robert Ruano worked with us on whatever he found for us, he worked on, and we paid him in that way. He has asked, and I think it's a good idea that we maybe do a formalized contract with him that is flat fee. And that way we can, he can continue to work on the projects he's working on. That's Neat Streets and the tree grants. And he's also doing the CDGB and finding us other monies with the police department and other things. So he did provide a proposal to me in the amount. Now I have 10,000 here, but I just got the proposal today. So it's actually $10,825. And just considering the work he does, I do recommend that we continue to work with him. It is money well spent, and he gets those fees and more, and a lot more in the grants that he's able to secure for us and keeping us on target, and also doing some project consulting and monitoring for us as well. So that would come from that. If we move along a little bit, just notice under village managers travel. I haven't been anywhere, and I don't need to right now, but I just be aware that if that opportunity comes up, and there are hopefully an opportunity for our FEMA reimbursement, I will utilize those funds for that. But until then, I'm not traveling because I think my presence is better utilized here in the village. So, but that will stay there until it's not utilized, or if it needs to be, then I will. And any fees that are not utilized will then be reallocated, and we can find where there is lack. Let's move on to, I'm sorry here. Communications, public relations. You see the leases, the software fees, storage, the miscellaneous office items, miscellaneous staff events, that's promotions, holiday parties, birthday, just staff, events and activities that we do together, which is very nice. And we do that with our police, promotions as well, to have activities for them. Operating supplies, that's our labor posters that are in the kitchen. Also, it's the signage that's prepared for the parking lot, and the various signages that we have throughout the village hall and the parking surrounding it. Machinery and equipment, those are computers and laptops that we need for our work. So that rounds out the admin and finance. Anybody have any questions about anything on there? And I will add, again, I probably will need to budget in some Zoom technology as well, just for the administration, because I've been utilizing Zoom. I mean, today we had an interview just yesterday, actually, a new police officer was interviewed yesterday, and we needed a Zoom account. So I have established that for the administration, but those fees, I think, was about $150. So it's not much, but just bear in mind, those are things that we would need to start budgeting for as well as we move into the new normal. So let's move to planning and zoning. That is pretty straightforward here. Our urban planner remains the same fee. We're the professional fees, developers fees, those are in there. We're also really going after the recovery fees that we haven't done in the past in an appropriate way. We have gotten some recovery fees in the past, but we really need to hone in. And so we've done a mass mailing to recover fees over the last 12 months. And from, I think it was June that we got all of those names and dates and kind of put together a process with, or protocol with Pluserbia. So we will be doing recovery fees from June forward, and we're trying to capture those that we missed over the last 12 months as well. But to date, we weren't able to, we weren't doing that because of some error in just booking that in the BSNA, and also our former CFO wasn't doing that. So we're now doing that, and we'll continue to do that as a way of kind of supplementing and paying for our urban planners extra work. Let's move to village clerk. This is, again, very straightforward. I think we've got the video recordings, transcripts, a little bit higher because of the COVID, pandemic and what we're doing now with full moon. Perhaps we should put the Zoom account in with the clerk's budget. Miscellaneous, those are just uniform, shirts, plaques, awards, those things that we've utilized. I don't know if anyone has any questions there. Okay, we'll move on to public affairs. Now here, we kind of spelled it all out. I do want to make mention, this is something that was directed by Mayor Cabillos, as well as Councilperson Roman did follow up with, just finding out what happens with the donations. There are fees, a lot of residents and sponsors may give fees for, or give funds for some of these events. And so we're now set up to make those deposits for donations within the project account. And so each of those numbers next to these events are the project accounts. And then we would be able to run the project report to show what was donated and what wasn't, but that hadn't been done in the past. That will be done from this point forward. And, though we are looking at different times, and I don't know when we'll come from this pandemic, as you all know, we haven't utilized a lot of these funds because we canceled events due to the pandemic. But this is where we stand. I also want to make mention that we have the newsletter here, and we also have the website. I've been speaking with our web master, Sarah Gerber, and she has provided me a proposal for an upgrade on the website. I mean, it's been overdue, but now that we're really utilizing the website, and our residents are as well, We really need to invest in that. So her proposal was for $4,800. That's a one-time cost. What is budgeted here is her fee per project that she worked, for the work itself, just to manage it. But she will need $4,800 just to upgrade it and to get it in a place where it's more compatible with the with what we need to do in terms of getting us technologically present and viable. So just think of that for that department. Police. Let's move on to police. Now here, we've spelled everything out here as well. We've made some corrections, and we've put in the line item that's kind of toward the end with no numbers next to it, only because we are working on getting that, but that's our emergency expenses. This is where our Corona COVID-19 expenses will come from. And presently we're up to about $70,000 that we're expecting to spend total on this pandemic, and just equipment, the bio cleaning, all of the things that we need to do. So we will be trying to, we'll try to get reimbursed for that. But I just want everyone to be aware that this is, an unexpected expense that we are marshaling now. So that is in the budget here. We also have professional fees, legal, other. These are lawsuits, related to labor issues. And this is not exactly current because we have a few more invoices coming in on this, but just, I want you to be aware this is what that is for. Incentive pay, that specialized training for our staff, for the officers, so that they can improve and develop themselves professionally. And Police Chief Magnuson did provide the Public Safety Committee with a memo in June that was about some needs that he has for the department. There are equipment needs that have not been budgeted. As you see, we're pretty tight in that area anyway, but I want you all to be aware of those needs, as well as the vehicles that he needs. I actually provided it to all of you just before tonight's meetings, the email that Chief Magnuson provided about maybe a vehicle or fleet phasing project that would kind of phase in additional vehicles under the lease program that we've been presented with, and also those needs. So if you have any questions, once we go through, you can speak with Chief Magnuson, who's here to discuss it. And unless you all want to stop here and just talk about it, or should we just keep going and then come back with questions?
Let's go through the whole thing, and then I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions per department, and then we'll go back to the beginning after we hear and the CFO.
Okay, good, because we're almost done, so that's good. All right, so building and code enforcement, again, all very, it's self-explanatory. We moved the fuel costs over here, where we will be moving the fuel costs. Those bills for fuel for the police vehicles, as well as the public works and the code enforcement vehicles, those bills come in very slowly. So we haven't gotten those all in yet, but we'll be just separating that out. Again, we need a vehicle for the code enforcement officer, as well as the public works, which we will get to as well. But I just want you to be mindful of that. And everything pretty self-explanatory here. We're expecting to reinstitute the special magistrate, the special master, I'm sorry, process for, fines. And I'm hopeful that that will start up once we get back to whatever the new normal will be. And then the last is operating supplies under that. That's our alarm permit, decals, uniforms, supplies, the carbon things. So that's all the supplies he needs, our code enforcement needs for work, as well as for the building department. As you see, the code enforcement and building department's salaries are there. We'll move on to public works. Here we have the contractual service law and maintenance, which we do for the public right-of-ways with the Orchid Man. I will let you know that I plan to do an RFP soon to secure us a new lawn maintenance service and arborist. That will come. I will be working on that over the month of August. But for now, we're still working on that. But that's where we are for that. Contractual services, general engineering. That's our backflow testing that we are required to conduct. And also for Craig A. Smith, the engineering firm that we utilize that does a lot of our work. Not in this part of the budget, but in later when we get to stormwater, I recommend that we set aside $12,000 annually so that we may do our stormwater drainage maintenance. We won't have to clean it every year, but that would be good just to have a little cushion there if there's something that should happen to one of our storm drains or needs a little more, needs extra work, but just to know that that cushion is there in case we need it, especially with all the flooding. And though we're fine, we still want to be ready with the flooding and hurricane season and all of that. We always want to make sure that our storm drains are clear and clean. So those fees will come from that. But in this part of the budget, the public works budget, we're just doing the backflow testing it here. Hurricane expenses, we do have a lot of them because we want to be ready. And the tree trimming, which kind of goes hand in hand. The tree trimming, we're still getting through. That's why we're considering the new landscaping services, but I will discuss that with you. But we have done some of the tree trimming. It hasn't finished yet. Our our contract is very slow. Matching grant, that used to be called the intern. That's really where the matching grants for the trees or for anything else that comes up, that's where that will come from, those fees. Communications freight, that's the cell phone, utilities, electricity, rentals and leasings. Okay, this is the property next to the train tracks that we are leasing, but we haven't been billed yet. So those funds are there. Pest control, repairs, maintenance, janitorial. We have the cleaners come in. Now this is pre-coronavirus and COVID. We had 3 days a week cleaning service, which was very much needed and still is. And now they even go the extra mile with the bio cleaning, which is a separate cost, but this is where that comes from. The maintenance of that public works vehicle, repairs and other, that is our nature trail gates that are vandalized on a regular basis. We have to have those cleaned or repaired. So that's where those fees come from. Operating supplies, that is the welcome and bird sanctuary signs that we ordered this year that were replacement signs for some of our older beaten up signs. And our annual surveillance fee, that's a Florida Department of Environmental Regulation annual permit fee. Contingencies, this is just a cushion. Now it looks very high on the 2020 adopted budget, and it was high. Our interim CFO came in to the village to replace a CFO team that was not working out, and we had to resubmit our budget, and so we had some issues. So he put this fund there for a little cushion and also to balance the budget. But as you see, we've kind of right-sided it just to about 1,590 for the upcoming budget, just to have a little wiggle room in case something comes up as a contingency. But that, being so high, I wanted you just to be aware of why it was higher. We'll move on to CITT, new accounts, debt services. You see these things. Just so you're aware, because of the pandemic, I've met with the county, and the TPO, and CITT is forecasting that there is going to be a 12 to 20% reduction in these fees that are going to come our way. Our gas tax and those fees are going to be a little bit lower. The exact numbers aren't out yet, but they want us to just be safe. So they'll let us know exactly, but we'll see a reduction in that area in the new year because of transportation being slowed down and sales tax and all of those things being affected by the pandemic. We'll move on to special revenue. As you see, this is where we are for this. Expenditures, all the same. Special revenue, next page. Stormwater utilities, revenues and expenditures. I put in the 12,000 I discussed about the storm drain maintenance. I presented a proposal to, well, I accepted a few proposals from various companies, and I presented that at the Public Works Committee meeting earlier in the month, and it will be before the full council, but I want you to just be aware of what that will do. And again, it will also build a little cushioning because it won't be fully utilized every year, because our drains are not in bad condition. So it's enough to be a cushion in case something should happen or if there is an event. And then Parks and Recreation, we'll move to that. These are our expenses. I'm sorry, I don't know, I know the CFO is on the line here, but we do have the special, I guess, account for the funds that were received for the Cavista developers regarding green spaces. So that would go in here. And I know I keep, I don't know where that is, but I know he did make allowances for it. Chris, did you put it in this part or where is that booked for those?
It's
Yeah,
before
I
that
mean,
one, I
it's
think, and transfer
kind of a strange
parts
little
one.
animal, but it should be, it's in the parks budget.
Okay, so it is there. Okay. Okay. Oh, maybe I just don't see it. Oh, okay.
Right below Public Works, the next page, I think it is, where there's park funds, transportation funds. Well, no, that's.
Yeah, on that page, that's the money being transferred out of the general fund to support the maintenance effort in the parks fund.
Okay. Oh, I see. Well, no, wait a minute.
But then you have the parks fund itself.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So where is it, Chris Wallace?
Well, so the money that the parks fund has is coming from the general fund. I mean, this is just your practice that you have.
No.
For all intents and purposes, I mean, you could probably just keep it in the general fund. But traditionally, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I mean the developer's fees, that special account that we had set aside for special use.
Oh, okay, so that's the very last page.
Okay.
Hopefully it got printed out. There's $733,000 that we expect to get. Part of it's probably going to come this year or has, and the rest is going to come in next year, maybe.
Okay.
But, you know, we've budgeted $733,000 in revenue. And as a placeholder, we have $500,000 for green space development and renovation. And then the balance is just restricted revenue under the terms of that agreement. And really, you can spend it for anything that was contemplated in the terms of that developer's agreement.
Okay.
I don't have that page.
That's something new for this.
I don't have that page either, CFO.
Well, okay, and you know what? Because we added it, and it may not have been on a print page, but it's basically you've got $733,000, and I don't know. I guess maybe because we added that and it wasn't part of the print definition, it didn't get printed out as the PDF. So we can correct that, but it's really basically $733,000 broken down into $500,000 for green space development and renovation, and $233,000 basically not really spent, just reserved. But you have, long and short of it, that's $733,000 that we expect to have. You can spend for the purposes that are enumerated in the developer's agreement. And
but
so
it's done that.
I'm sorry.
It's done that way because we expect to get that during that fiscal or the upcoming fiscal year. But I know there's phases that we were to.
Right. It's going to be hard to say when it comes in, and when it does, I mean, we're going to put it in this fund because it can only be spent for the purposes of that are enumerated in the agreement and the ordinance.
Okay, well, we need to get that page. I'll distribute that page to everyone as soon as you send it to me, CFO.
Yeah, and I need to add something. So I also do not have the page. Now there's 3 payments of which one was already made. You are aware of that. So that needs to be reflected in this budget year. And then the other one, there may be one more for the incoming year, but I don't think the 3rd payment probably will make it for the next fiscal year based on how it's staged and phases of development and payment. But I think that we need to have it as part of this entire packet as a reflection.
Yeah, well, however you guys want to divide it up, the cash flow, when you get it is when you can spend it. So I think you're right. Part of it we've gotten, part of it we may get, and the third part, who knows? But yeah, I think you just have to develop the plan on how you want to spend it and when you want to spend it if you're not certain when you're going to get that last payment.
Yeah,
Well-
but I agree with all that, but it's important to have it in front of us and to have actuals. If we're discussing actual expenses, actual revenues is also necessary, and the money was received on May, so that's an actual for this year that I would like to see the next time that we are going over the budget. It needs to be as an actual in the park budget, and how the administration and the committee and the council decide to move forward the money. That's discussions that'll happen at meetings, but actuals need to appear in the budget that we'll all be looking at.
No,
Not
that'll
that-
be in the
now-
next
now
version. I
let's be
think this is
clear.
just a
Now, let's be clear. When I say that it needs to be in the budget, I'm not saying that it should be in the general fund. We've all voted and we've all signed, and it's in a special reserve account, but we have like 3 or 4 pages in the end of special accounts, park funds and all that. It should be the same thing. It's like you have here where it says park fund, you should have the trust fund and have it appropriately titled, and then that money in there. I'm not saying that it's part of our budget, but it is part of revenue and assets that the village has as a whole for this year. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's how it is actually. Just didn't print out because I think we added it and didn't change the print definition. But
I know, but we can
Yeah.
only go based on what we actually see. What you see, and what we've seen should be the same thing, but we're not seeing that because we don't have that. So
Right.
if the council can please get it the next time that we, so we know. So, all we have is that you all are telling us that it's in the bank. We want to make sure it's in the bank, and the way we can do it is if we're going to see it in writing.
I'll get that to you as soon as we get it, and then we can post it as well. Because I
Can't
think,
that just be emailed now?
yeah, could you email it to us?
Sure.
now?
you
Okay.
just want me to do that one page or the whole budget again?
No, just that page I think would be enough, Chris.
Who do you want me to email it to?
Mail it to the entire council,
That is fine.
and you CC the manager, the attorney, and the clerk. I think the council knows by now not to reply to all.
Yeah, I don't think I have all y'all's email addresses though.
If
so-
you send it to me, I'll send it, I'll forward to
Okay,
everybody.
that's probably a good idea.
So as we await that, I can field any questions or any, thoughts on any of the items we've discussed. It's, this is our workshop.
I didn't see the page, but I guess it's here in the end. So we're in mid-year. We're actually past mid-year, and we're not going to have to do an amendment this year, which is always a good thing. But so we're anticipated to come in below budget.
Yes,
We budgeted almost 2.3, and we're anticipating to come in at 2.2. Is that what I'm seeing correctly based on one of the last pages in the end?
yes,
Total expenditures.
that's what we're expecting. As I've reviewed with the CFO, yes, we'll be under.
I'm sorry, I heard my name, but I was sending that email out. So you should have it any second.
No, I was just pointing out, normally, you know how the first page is the general fund revenue at a glance. We normally get the general expense at a glance, but what I'm looking at one of the last pages, and it looks like based on how you all have forecasted from where we're at now to where we could be projected by the end of the fiscal year, the end of September, we're projecting to end the year below budget. So if we budgeted 2.2 something, we're looking to come in at about 2.2. I think you got your budget at 2.275.
Correct. I think we're anticipating a slight surplus. I mean, that could change tomorrow, but I think we're looking at about $21,000 in the black, which would be about 1% more or less of the original budget. So it's going to be close. And I know the manager's trying to hold the line on expenses the best she can.
Mhm.
That's the only thing we can control. We can't control the revenues at this point. We just can control the expenses.
Yeah. So yes, so if my recommendation, if the manager, that concludes your report. I don't know if you wanted the CFO to add anything. And then you can go on to some recommendations on some of the things that you've done, some of the things that you may recommend, and then I would open it up to the entire council to ask questions by department.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on one second. Let me just send this to you all. So you can have it here. And I'll send it to the clerk so she can have it. And then, one second. Okay. All right, hopefully that'll get to you all. Okay, so my recommendation is that we just stay very conservative, and continue to stay conservative. I watch the spending outside of the debt portion of what we have with the Hurricane Irma line of credit, and our reserve funds being depleted. You know, we're on par. We're staying very conservative with our spending, with everything, and I really do weigh and take this very seriously about how we do things. I know the chief is a little frustrated with me at times because I'm always saying, hey, you know, we can't afford X, Y, and Z, but you know, but we do have some needs, and he does too. And the memo that I forwarded to you from Chief Magnuson, I mean, I just really do want everyone to take a look at some of those things. You know, I understand that, you know, like the civil unrest that came about due to the unfortunate murder of Mr. Floyd was, I mean, these things happen, but our staff is not prepared in case of, you know, riot or civil unrest. So those are the things he is the police chief is really looking at and trying to provide and assess. But me as a village administrator, you know, we have to be conservative, especially at this time. So we continue to pursue those funds from FEMA. I don't know what we're going to get, if we're going to get it, when we're going to get it, but we continue. We are renewing the line of credit or modifying that loan, and that's on the agenda for next week, and we'll be in good stead for a bit more time until that matures and becomes a loan. But for now, we continue to try to get that funding, because if it wasn't for that loan, we'd be in fantastic shape. We do need to really think about how we build our reserves up, though. You know, in the event of a hurricane, you know, we do have the statewide mutual aid agreement with the state and the county, but you know, we still have to pay for any debris removal, any, you know, anything that happens to the village, and we don't have reserves. So we really need to think about how we do that, maybe considering, you know, raising the millage, you know, or just some thoughts. I mean, at this juncture, we are, you know, I know no one wants to raise taxes. Believe me, I don't like paying more either, but it's just something to think about. I want us all to be on the same page and just understanding that, because, you know, we can set it up for that, but we won't be able to do it later. You know, we would have to, we can always lower it, but we can never raise it once we get past this you know, this part of budgeting. So, you know, we've talked about, in other committees, we talked about COLA increases to all staff across the board. I've provided some numbers for that in committee. I will review that again, just because I want everyone to have a very clear understanding of what that costs, you know, and where it comes from. We have such a tiny pot to pull from, so you really, you know, we have to think about the priorities. Also, our police staff, you know, we're going into another collective bargaining agreement soon. This one provided for raises. In fact, they're the only staff that did receive salary increases because of the collective bargaining agreement. So they have, and I'll be reviewing that again as we start negotiating that. But for now, I mean, this is what we have. I want to field any questions. I think that this is pretty straightforward. I've gone over this with most of you. So if you have any questions, or if Chief Magnuson wanted to kind of add a little bit too about the police needs and what he sees and envisions, considering our financial, position, he's here for questions as well.
Before I open it up, I have a quick question. The printout that I have that was dropped off to me over at admin and finance for the tentative proposed next fiscal year.
Mhm.
What is that total dollar amount? Because I didn't get it. It just
Oh,
came
it cut
out.
off?
Yeah.
Okay, for the total, 532,453.
All right, and then I didn't get
I'm sorry.
the clerks.
Oh, her page wasn't there, or the total?
No, the way it got printed out, I guess by the way it was coded. So the total amount says hashtag REF exclamation point. So what's the total dollar there?
We can't hear you, Chris Wallace, but I think it's 111.
I see what was posted online versus what the spreadsheet shows. The spreadsheet for salaries refers to another part of the spreadsheet. And I think the version of Excel that you use at City Hall actually had a safety feature turned on that we didn't click. So when we printed it out as a PDF, it did not look at the cell references for the calculations for personnel costs.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, all I want is a total dollar. Just give me the total dollar for the clerk with that you're proposing for the next fiscal year.
$111,105.
All right. And then I want to move quickly. And then police, what do we have what are you proposing for the next fiscal year? The total budget?
$954,000.
All right. And then public works I didn't get.
Okay. Public Works, $429,957. So 429.
Okay. Cool.
Nine.
Let's see. I got. All right, and then public works. No, code enforcement. I'm sorry, code enforcement was one what?
Okay, building and code enforcement, 183,524. I mean, it's $534.
Okay, great. Okay. All righty. So yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I'll open it up to the council first. Some of the our new ones here. Councilperson Urban has the first one with his hand up. So let's start with Councilperson Urban. And when he's done, I'll go in the order of the hand that I see raised.
I really just wanted to make a comment, I guess, in the form of a question. If we do have people watching on Facebook, and I know there's a couple, should someone be sharing a screen so that if someone does watch the video after this, or the
budget?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I was gonna make, I would, if we can, let's share the budget up. Fine.
Okay, and then I am ready with questions, but I'm happy to wait for other people to go first as well. It's your call.
You can go. You're the only one with the hand
Okay.
up right now. We're good.
All right. So let me go back to the top here. All right. Just in the first page with the general fund revenues, the very last item, interest earnings at 12,000. What are we earning interest on?
Mr. Wallace, can you answer?
Trying to unmute myself. Hold on.
No, you're unmuted.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to unmute.
We can hear you.
I know we have.
All right. I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute and I guess I was already.
Yeah.
So you have cash in the bank, and basically it pays earnings on it. So it's the interest income from the money you hold on to during the year. We hope to, over the course of the next few months, consolidate your cash accounts and get a little bit better return at the state board. But for right now, this is predicated on what you have in the bank. So we don't expect that to change. Interest rates are close to zero, so you're earning close to zero. But that's what it is.
So then similarly, the developer fee, the one payment that's already been made, because of the low interest rate at this point today, it's almost a moot point if that is an interest-bearing account. But is it a interest-bearing account?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think my next questions are down to admin and finance, I think is the page 3, I guess. So in terms of there's one item, let's see. Repairs and maintenance. This is the $30,000 budgeted for this present year.
Yes.
And the $30,000 budgeted for the next year. Is that structural go ahead, sir.
Well, I can say yes, that was, we needed those funds to fix some things around the village hall last year. We need them this year as well. We need to replace the floor. But I haven't done anything with it, but it was budgeted, at the beginning of the year to kind of take care of this.
And then, but this line item technically does not have anything to do with vehicle repair. Is that correct?
Oh, no, not at all. That's hall,
Very good.
the building.
All right. There was, let's see.
Hey, maybe a good idea to put maybe building maintenance instead of repairs and maintenance for that line, repairs and maintenance, especially because you could be looking for cars. I mean, this is under admin and finance, maybe building maintenance.
Okay. We can do that. Find a pen. Okay.
All right, and then my next question is all the way down to public affairs, which is page 6.
Okay.
Again, just kind of a general question. This is for the manager, I suppose. The last line item, the website. So just to be clear, you're saying the initial fee is $4,800, and then the annual rate for maintenance beyond that is the $3,500. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right. Next down to police on page 7. The professional fees, legal other, budgeted $20,000 this year and next year. Projected for this year is $40,000. Is that almost exclusively Ronnie Huffnagel arbitration, or is that?
Yes.
Okay. So do we have a closer ballpark to where that is in reality right now? Because, go ahead. Yep.
No, not really. We haven't gotten all our final numbers in yet. So I don't know yet. We're working them out still, and we did get our response, but we haven't gotten final bills for some things.
Right. So when I spoke with you in your office a few months ago, where you had let me know we were at was already above what the projected for the end of this year is.
Now, back when you and I met, I think we were about 35,000 then. So, but we're over that.
You had told me 51.
Well, I was guessing, but that's the invoices I had at that point. I'm sure it will be, I don't know what it's going to be now, but at that point, that's the invoices I had in at the time. I was just guessing what was coming.
How are those bills coming? Just monthly?
No, at the end of so we just finished the arbitration. So then we'll get the bill for the arbitrator, we'll get the bill for the attorney, we'll get the bill for the stenographer. Okay. So it's not monthly, it's per event or activity.
And then, okay, so I guess I'm thinking the bulk of that would have been billing from special counsel. Is that not accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay, so the special counsel that we had used throughout that process, I guess, was 2 different special counsels.
Yes.
Are they billing us monthly?
No, he doesn't bill monthly. It's just an itemized like he presented us something at one point, then
So it's like project based. When they're done with the
Right.
project, they send us
So-
the hours and we, okay.
Exactly.
right.
So at the end of all this, he'll present us with the whole itemized list of everything he did. And
Okay.
there.
Is it going to be possible as we get to the first budget hearing to have more or less an exact number on this now that the arbitration is over?
I hope so. Yes, I would think so, because we're now just finalizing something else. So I hope that'll be done, and then we can have a round number as to what this total cost will be.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Next to building and code enforcement, page 8,
Okay.
just the following page, I believe.
Mhm.
So budgeted for this year, budgeted for next year, repairs and maintenance, second line item from the bottom,
Yes,
repairs and maintenance at $1,000. That is vehicle repair, is that correct?
that is.
Okay. And then we're projecting to spend 1,500 already this year. Assuming that we would find an avenue towards getting a better vehicle for code enforcement, is $1,000 as a repair and maintenance going to be able to, it's going to cost us more to not maintain that vehicle because we'll end up having to replace it sooner. So even though it is probably going to hurt to maintain that vehicle properly, is $1,000 enough to do that is what I'm asking.
I don't think so. No,
Right,
not the one
so-
we presently have.
Okay,
But if
so
we
then,
can-
so then I'll probably get in contact with you for some proposals regarding that then. Okay.
Okay.
And then the fuel, is there a ballpark at all in terms of, I guess for the building and code enforcement, it's pretty low since they haven't been using the vehicles much.
Right. Also, they're only using it in the village, so it's not going to be as high, but I want to separate it out from police because presently
Sure.
that's where it is. So I just want to
Okay,
separate.
okay. I got you. Okay,
But I just don't know what they are because the bill comes so slow with the fuel portion. So
Sure.
we're waiting.
okay. Next on to Public Works, which is page 9, the following page.
Yes.
So hurricane expenses budgeted 0. We've spent 8,500, and then it's blank for the following year. So
I'll explain.
am I correct to be concerned that we're sitting at 0 for a budgeted hurricane expense? Should mean that should be something where we throw a celebration at the end of hurricane season each year and put that money to good use somewhere. But that should be, but we should have I mean, I feel like we should have a budget in the tens of thousands of dollars as a reserve for hurricane expenses.
Yeah. But we
like-
don't have any reserve, so that's
Sure,
why.
okay.
you
So the
know.
8,500 that we did spend, was that, when was Dorian?
Dorian,
What's the 8,500 that we have spent? Do we know?
just now, just getting prepared for this year and the things needed to get for this year.
Okay, very good. And then I had something down to repairs, maintenance, janitorial, village hall.
Yes.
Okay, we addressed that. Very good. Never mind. Again, to repairs and vehicle maintenance, same issue for public works. I'm sure Luis will address that.
Yes.
Let's see. So the contingencies, this might be for the CFO, it might be for the manager. So the contingencies, we budgeted the 36 because, as he was saying, the previous CFO left that pad in there. We're budgeting 1,590 for next year. But does that not indicate that we have then spent the like 34 and change, 34.5, something like that? This year
No, I would phrase it more like the budget last year had more revenues than expenses at the end of the day. It just didn't add up. So
Okay.
added up, I had to plug 36,000 into it.
okay,
The tentative proposed for next year, it's basically just a running plug number of the difference
Okay.
between your revenues and expenses.
all
I
right.
mean, I would like to see a contingency that would be probably in the neighborhood of $50,000, but you're kind of challenged on the revenue side for next year. So
And then contingency would be separate from something like emergency preparedness, like hurricane preparedness. Is that right?
we could use it for anything. I would say it would probably principally be there for something like a hurricane.
Okay. or it could be for something totally unforeseen, like a virus.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Let's see. And then this, I guess my final question would be for the CFO. You know, I'm looking through the budget, and you know, things make sense. There's questions and tweaking, but the concept of presenting our budget health, our balance, how balanced is our budget. I hear us presented it as we have a balanced budget. It is more or less balanced. However, Mr. CFO, that is quite a bit different than the tone that was taken during discussions with the PBA in terms of our financial health. Is it fair, Mr. CFO, for us to be describing our budget as a balanced budget?
Well, it is balanced, so that is fair. All your budgets, and you have several, general fund being the largest portion of it, is balanced. The statutes and the Constitution require you to have a balanced budget.
Okay, so I think what I'm trying to say is that I guess as my final question is under like the debt maintenance, right? The debt service, the budget next year is 200,000, 205,000. Am I reading that correct?
Million.
Yeah. So this current budget, in context of your negotiations with the police union, you have a couple of things going on. So the operating budget has revenues and expenses, and there's not a lot of fat, as you can see, this year or next year. And you're starting from a place of a deficit because of Hurricane Irma, and you have a loan, and those two things put a lot of fiscal stress on you, and you need to have a financial plan just to deal with paying off the loan and building your reserves back up, because as the manager noted, you don't have any, and it's going to be a problem if you have a hurricane. So it is something you need to plan for. Irma wasn't your fault. I mean, that's just the way it was. You dealt with it the best way you could, but it is thrown in your lap now to try and solve the problem going forward for the future, to try to put yourself back where you were. And that's just going to be, we've thrown in a little property tax increase to raise the millage rate to start paying off the principal, because you're not paying off the principal currently on that loan. And it's going to be, if FEMA ever comes through with your money, it'll give you some breathing room. But at this stage, it would be not wise to rely upon that. I think you have to take the tack that you're not going to get it, or get it in the foreseeable future. And you're at the point where you have to make arrangements to try to reduce the principal of the loan. And that's going to take you several years to do if you cannot get out of, get your money back from FEMA. That's just the way it is. It's unfortunate.
But servicing that loan next year, fiscal year 2021, will cost us $206,000. Is that right?
Well, no, it will not. The loan itself is interest only, so it's going to be less than that. What we are doing is saying we're setting money aside to reduce the principal, so that you have a plan to do it.
That's very helpful. Yeah, that's a very helpful clarification with that. So thank you sincerely, Mr. CFO, for all of your work through this. I've watched some of the meetings previously from the previous CFO, and then now. I remember when you first came to us, and through all of these, you really just have been incredibly helpful, and I just want to say thank you for all the work and hours you have been putting in.
Well, it's going to take all of our efforts to get it done. I mean, nature gave you a bad hand.
Right.
It's no one's fault, but that's
Right. And so in that regard, I do want to caution the council in applauding more or less that we have achieved a balanced budget when there are very real and hard discussions lying in this budget, that whether, of course, it's nobody's fault that a hurricane hit, but I feel that we should have stopped planning on the FEMA money quite a while ago. And that as we look forward, I absolutely agree with the CFO's assessment that that assuming that that's going to come through should not be part of the equation as we plan looking forward here. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Next we have, Vice Mayor Nickerson has his hand raised. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. May I make a suggestion? I think it may be easier if we go page by page. I mean, you guys can do, you know, Madam Mayor, it's your decision, but I think if we go page by page, it'll do two things. I think, first of all, we can get all the questions from that page. And then second of all, if we go page by page, I think it might be easier for those watching to have more time to see that page. Because if I ask, if I ask a question from one page and then, change to another page, the individual sharing the screen, they have to continue to change back and forth. I think if we stick on one page, it'll give time for the people in the audience to see that page, and then we can ask everybody those questions from that one page, and then be done with that page, go to the next page. I think that might be better for everybody. But Madam Mayor, the decision is yours.
I have no hands raised except you, so I don't know if Councilperson Barella, Councilperson Roman are gonna have any questions. It's fine. I know that I had the manager do it page by page and then the CFO. And then now it goes to the members of the council. I think also what happens is that as we all go through it, something may come up and then we're gonna have to go back to it anyway. I have a lot after some of the things that I heard. I want to go back and ask a few more questions, but I'm gonna go ahead and let everybody speak. So I think either way it'll work fine, but I think we're gonna have to go back and forth anyway, because I think that, when we're all done, Councilperson, I'm like, oh wait, I have another question, because things just come up as we're hearing other people speak. So that's fine, and we can start that, but
at home, because if I ask a question real quick on one page and then we flip to another page, they might be looking at the whole page. They might be to the 5th item, and then we're flipping the page, and then by the time they come back, they might not remember where they were at at first. But it's either way, it's fine.
Do you have any questions for the manager and for the CFO?
We can go back to the first page, the general fund page. The first thing was I just wanted a little clarity on the code enforcement revenues.
Yes.
Last year we had it budgeted 30,000, and the difference between that and next year is or this year we had it budgeted.
Well, we've been trying to negotiate some settlements, and I was expecting it was going to be more than even the 30, but I just put that in there as a placeholder, but we haven't gotten there yet. So
perfect. And I'm assuming the hall rentals it went down because of COVID.
I'm sorry, where are you?
Hall rentals.
Oh yes, absolutely. Right.
So, yeah, because of COVID. As far as okay, so this year, because we were renting out prior to COVID, yeah, so projected year. Perfect. The police off-duty details, I think going into the first budget hearing, I think should that not be on the police public safety, the police page, or no? Not really?
It's a revenue that that they get from their off duties. We're just the pass through, but I don't know. How should that be? Is that the appropriate way to book it?
Yeah, so we actually have changed this during the current year. You need to book the revenue that you get from whoever's paying for the off-duty detail, and you need to pay the officers through payroll, not through accounts payable. So there's an offsetting expense down in the police department. So this is where the revenue shows up, and then the expenditure shows down there. In larger budgets, we tend to have the revenues associated with the department down with them. But I think here it's just easier to see all your revenues together and keep it the way you've done it. But this is a new practice that we've implemented this year, just to track off-duty details better. And there's been an underlying practice of we've had to change. I've worked with the police department and the guys over there, because we did have to change how we were accounting for it. This really needs to run through payroll. There were a lot of issues. They've been good to work with. So outside your negotiations, which is always contentious, you know, I've found them easy to work with and understanding of these issues. But it's a wash. You can just look at it as a wash.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Madam Mayor, would you want me to go to another page?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody has any questions. I don't right now.
I have a quick question on the miscellaneous revenues. What falls under that?
Can you describe that, Mr. Wallace, please?
Yeah, everyone always hates miscellaneous, but perhaps maybe I can just, I've got your accounting system up online, so maybe I can just tell you what's been going into there. It's a bunch of stuff, so bear with me for a second. I mean, the manager and I looked at that and it didn't really seem like I could call it anything other than miscellaneous. She doesn't like that because she knows you guys don't like it, but
I don't like it. I don't like it either. I like to know, but.
Well, yeah, and this is just, I think, where you throw your buckets when you don't have anything else to call it. But let me just read out to you what they are. So, some of this is the extra fees you charge for people who use credit cards. That's part of it. Part of it's lien searches or, you know, things like that. Trying to see this one. One that's been, you know, misposted, but it doesn't amount to a whole lot.
Okay.
Delinquent business taxes that probably should be posted into building tax receipts. A lot of credit card surcharges, so you're recovering your money from that. People like the convenience of it. There was a old fee that was collected. We didn't know where to post it. It was $900. We posted it there. Actually related to something from several years ago. I just told Christian, "Yeah, don't worry about it. It's a one-off transaction. Just posted in miscellaneous revenues."
So here's the thing. I think that one-off transactions can go to miscellaneous, but anything like credit card fees, that should have its own line item so that we should know, we see what that is. Lien searches should, of course, have their own line item also. And definitely the delinquent business taxes. So anything that is recurrent should have a line item, and anything that it's, you know, clearly a one-off, then that can go into miscellaneous because it's a one-off and it's not anything we're going to see ever again.
We'll try and break it out to some more detail. I think probably if I had to guess with most of these credit card fees, once you implemented credit card fees, they didn't set up a separate account and they just started posting it there because it's like it's $20 here, it's $10 there. But after a while, it started adding up to real money. So we'll break it out. In the next version you get, we'll separate those out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because there is a line for lien searches right over there.
Yeah,
It says
well,
41, right.
Yeah, some of what's been posted there is that makes 3 transactions that I think they had posted to the wrong account and of recently posted the wrong accounts. So I'll have them corrected.
Yeah, and then we should do a training, you know, with all the new line items so that we don't have incorrect, or we try to prevent incorrect postings.
Yeah, this actually goes back to the central cashiering and setting up the codes there. So when they're posted over to the general ledger, I'll work on all the details. It's a little involved, but it's worth the effort if you want to see the detail that way.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of revenues, but it's good to see where everything comes from.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, these credit card charges are offset by the credit card expenses as well. So we can't net the two under accounting rules. We have to show the revenue as a revenue and the expense as an expense. But it would help to see them separately, if for no other reason, to see if we're netting out to zero or close to it. I mean, I don't care that we don't get within a couple $100, but it should be close to zero between those two things.
Okay, we'll prepare that for the next, version that we issue to everyone. But also know that, Mr. Wallace did have to come in and fix a lot of things that were
Mhm.
all over the place. So this
We
is
know that.
probably one thing that we can, that probably didn't get our attention. So we'll work on that and get it to you.
The last question that I have on this page is the ad valorem taxes loan. Is
So,
that-
yeah, what this is our attempt to, it was addressing, excuse me, the previous comment about, does this address our, financial well-being? The current loan is pretty much interest only, and we need to find a mechanism, and this is recommending raising the millage rate by 1 full mil to amortize this loan out over an 8 to 12 year period. And that's about what you'd have to pay every year to reduce that loan. We're not making any real progress on reducing the principal, and you can't go interest only forever. People are going to want to term this thing out at some point if you don't get paid back by FEMA. Also, as noted earlier, you're all running a fund deficit that you have to, in addition to the loan. So it might be advantageous to think of the budget as a short-term implementation of a long-term plan. And this is a dealing with that millage rate that we're proposing and that amount that results from it. We would use to shore up your finances and make arrangements to pay off the loan. Now, if FEMA comes through, it still is going to shore up your finances and hopefully eliminate that deficit that you have. But that's what that is. But we separated that so it would be a discussion item. Regular millage rate, you're currently levying 8.3 mils. We didn't change your current millage rate. It generates some more money because your property tax values have gone up, mostly because people have been buying and selling properties. But we throw this out as a separate line item so that it would be a discussion item, because it does result in a tax increase of about, it's like about 12% above and beyond the rate that you currently have. I don't know of any other way to plan for your future and build your finances back up to the way they were before Irma. So that's about the only thing you have left to the tax is the property tax.
Yeah, well, may I just, is it, and that's pretty much what the loan was based on. Like, we had an assessment on the taxes, right? Pretty much.
Well,
Right,
yeah, I think the hope on the loan was it was just kind of a bridge loan until FEMA paid you back, because you used your loan, you used your reserves, you used all your reserves before you
Right.
took out the loan, and then you borrowed for the balance. So it's fine. You don't have to pay back your own reserves. You eventually have to dig yourself out of that hole, but you definitely have to pay the loan back. And the only reason that's been an issue is because FEMA has not reimbursed you. And I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel otherwise. Well, let's say FEMA does, come through and they say, okay, we're going to pay you back. You're still going to have a little bit of a hole that you need to dig yourself out of past the loan. And so by levying this millage rate, you can do one or the other. Principally, it's for the loan. If you're paying off the loan with FEMA proceeds at some point, well, that's great. You don't have to worry about that anymore, thank goodness. But you still have to deal with the fact that you used all your reserves in helping to deal with that Irma crisis. So this is just a way of building it back up, because right now you don't have any reserves to deal with an emergency, not even COVID.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor, I don't know if anybody has anything else on that first page, the general fund page. Madam Mayor, if you do.
Any other questions on the general fund page? If not, can we move to the next one? All right, next we have the council. I'm sorry, any hands raised? I don't see any hands. Councilperson Perrella. I see Councilperson Perrella. Vice Mayor Nickerson, is your hand still raised?
Just raise it again, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so Councilperson Perrella and then you. Oh, you have a question? Okay, sorry. Vice Mayor Nickerson?
We're good with the, Madam Manager, with the retirement contributions, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Because it's at the end of the year. We're gonna have a little bit less, we'll propose a little bit less next year. I thought it would be the same, it wouldn't be the same exact year in, year out.
Let's look at this. CFO? do you
No,
have-
it does change every year. You're part of the Florida retirement system. So the employer contribution rates are adjusted every July 1st. So they released, this reflects the current rates that they adopted for next fiscal year, and they'll change again next July. So I think they were under budgeted for the current year. Because
Thank you very much. No more questions for this page, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm having a little bit of an issue here with my, give me 1 second. All right, sorry, I'm having a little bit of an issue here. Okay, did you have a hand raised?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I didn't make the connection as I read through this the first time, but for the retirement contributions, they're saying that this is the FRS account. That I got a thing in the mail, said I have like $90 in a FRS account in the state of Florida. Is that what we're talking about?
yes, well, I don't know about the thing you got in the mail, but probably.
Well, right, but we're talking about a retirement contribution, but at $7,377 and that's what's being paid out for the members of the council.
Yes, so you also have to contribute. This is the employer contribution.
So this is what Dr. Ward had warned us about as far as the foolish ridiculousness that going down that path that now we're talking about a $7,000 line item for retirement contributions for council members. I've got such a big problem with that. That is so.
Well, it's also, you also contribute 3% of your council pay into that account. So this is just the employer side of it.
But we're not, okay. I think this is for another time then, but
Yeah,
I think I remember this when this came through, and I remember I think I remember Dr. Ward specifically raising a very serious concern and a very stark warning to the council not to go down that path. So, but it sounds like it's something that's already been done. There's not going back from it unless we do something else on the council. But just to remind you, council, that's $7,300 this year and $7,100 next year. I'll give that $90 back. I don't know what that's crazy. That's crazy to me. That line item is that's a problem. That's a big problem, and that's, I think, something that
I'm sorry. I think it is, and I had asked Mr. Wallace to, like, if I can opt not to have it, and he said no, that's something that's already been done. But I think it could be reversed, or get out of the program. And because I'm with you, I think that's, we're not here to make a career out of this. You have to have in the council even for 8 years before you actually full vested on that account. That's $7,000 that we need to be using somewhere else. But it's just me. I mean,
I agree. All right, but I think that's for another time. I just want to be sure that that's what I'm seeing as far as what
that's
that
what it
is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good luck to us all.
Am I muted? Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Councilperson Erbaum, I hear you say it's for another time, but we have the CFO on here right now, the attorney's here right now. So why don't you ask the questions that you're wondering? Like, for example, Mr. Attorney, if, not saying that I do or I don't, but if we were to get out of this program? Is it allowed? What's the retribution for it? Do we have to pay a penalty? What's the penalty? And so, Councilperson Urban, we're all here. So I think this is the perfect time to ask those questions because, it might not be another time we're all here together at the same time. So I don't know if Mr. Attorney knows those answers or the CFO.
What is the question? I mean,
Go ahead.
is he asking whether or not he's compelled to participate in the FRS?
No, I think his question is, what are the steps needed and necessary if he wanted to, I don't want to speak for him, but if he wants to propose to the council to reverse that? I think that if I'm correct, but
Yes, that's the line I'm on.
Yeah, well, that would simply not be a perk or a ancillary portion of your compensation as a council person in the village. So the reason why I believe you all are entitled to participate in FRS is because technically, although you all are elected officials, you're characterized for payment of the compensation you received as employees of the village. So to the extent that you're employed by the village and the village is under the FRS, you're a part of the retirement system.
But we are part-time voluntary
I understand.
council people. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I totally understand. I believe that's how it's, was set up way before my time. It was just pretty much the mechanism for paying the officials of the village through the village's accounting system.
Hey, I'll chime in. I'm sorry, Norman. I didn't realize you weren't here when this happened. So this happened, I don't recall the year. And the person that proposed it is actually not on the council anymore, but it was proposed about maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And what happened at the time also was the salaries were their stipend used to be 1,000 or 1,500. And then the proposal was to move the mayor to 6,000 and the council to 3,000. And there was much back and forth, but this happened recently. It happened within the last 3 to 4 years. And then everybody's stipend got moved from 1,000 to 3,000. That passed. And then the next thing that passed was a proposal to put everybody on the council on FRS as a benefit because the council was not paid a lot. I don't remember the specifics. I see Councilperson Roman's hand up. I don't know if she was here when that happened, but again, this was sponsored by someone who's actually no longer on the council. Councilperson Roman, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, if I may, I asked our previous CFO that same question. Can we get rid of that? And he made it seem like it was going to be very complicated to get out of that. So, I agree. I think I was on the council when this passed. It's not something that I've ever been really for or understood. But I don't know if this is a CFO. I don't know that it's a legal question, but I think it's a CFO question. And I think it was according to our old CFO, was complicated because once you're vested or once you're in, something about auditing, but CFO seems to have his hand raised.
So if you want us to explore looking into, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If you want us to explore what it would take and what the process would be to remove one or more of you or all of you from the FRS system, I can do that and probably get you an answer by the end of the week.
Okay.
There is a process to remove elected officials from FRS, but honestly, it comes up so infrequently. I would need to call them to double check. And suffice it to say, FRS has some arcane rules. So. And I usually have been having problems with elected officials who are also school board members who are in FRS and are elected officials because they're considered dual office holders, dual employees, and they have to make certain decisions and elections. And they usually run afoul of those processes. And I spend a good deal of time trying to correct them after they've made a somewhat irrevocable decision. But if you guys want me to, I don't mind spending the time on the phone with FRS to do that. The last time I called them actually with regard to off-duty detail and whether it's compensable for FRS. I won't go into the result of that very lengthy
No, you don't have
phone conversation, but I'll get you an answer, and we'll distribute it by memo, and then you guys can tell me what you want to do. If memory serves, and please don't hold me to this, I think it can be an individual election, but like I said,
we'll get the answer and work on it and get it back to you all.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, Kristen and Christia. Anybody, anything else from the council's page? All right, hearing none. Next, we have the clerk's page. The clerk department. Well, I have the clerk department. I guess you, what do you do? What do you have next? Do you have who's sharing the screen? Is it Chris?
Admin finance is next.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not my. I'm not sharing the screen. I don't know who is.
Who's sharing the screen? Is it you, Christia, or is it a full moon? I think
I
it's
think
full
it's-
moon. Never mind.
yeah.
All right, next we have admin and finance. Didn't we cover that already? We covered admin and finance already.
Not for the vice mayor's.
Vice Mayor, can you have your hand raised?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I just had one quick, well, I think Christia, the contracted account was what again? What was the contracted account?
Contracted accountant, that's our CFO.
This is CFO, correct? And
Yeah.
so we're projected to end at 62, and why is there a $10,000 increase for next year?
Because when we had the former CFO, he had a different price. This CFO came in at a higher price.
Yeah, we're past due actually bidding this back out, but
Yes, we are actually.
we proposed at $6,000 a month. There have been during COVID, there were a couple of months we bid. I think we've only billed 3,500, maybe 2,500, but well under that because we just couldn't work or the computer systems were down. So we just weren't working. So we didn't bill for a couple of those months. I think about 2.5 months actually. Would have liked to have worked, but that's life. Things come up. But it's 6,000 a month is where that number comes from. So when you get around to bidding it out, you may find it someone cheaper. I don't know. We can't do it much cheaper than that, to be honest with you. I mean, I wish I could because I know how tight your budgets are. But that, you know.
But we will do an RFP for that position as well. We just haven't had the opportunity based on the COVID corona to put that out for bid again.
Thank you, Madam Manager. One last question, and this, forgive my ignorance, this is not a good question, but so the leasing of the copy machine, so it's $5,000 a year. I know those copy machines that we have are expensive. Like if you were going to buy them, they're expensive.
Yes.
But it would be a one-time buy. But I'm assuming that the lease comes with, if anything goes wrong, they come out to fix it at no extra cost. Is that part of the lease cost? Or do we pay for if they come out to fix it?
Sorry.
Is the $5,000, if the copy machine breaks or has trouble, is that $5,000 part of the fixing cost, or do they still have, we still have to pay them if they come out to fix it, we have to call somebody to come out to fix it and pay them additional?
Now, that I would have to check the contract for. And I actually have something close by. I'll have to check the contract. I have it. I just haven't looked at it in a moment, but they're actually proposing an upgraded machine. I don't think we really need it. We don't have any breakdowns that we don't figure out or work with them on, over the phone to fix. So we haven't really had any issues about repair. But I'll check the contract to be sure for you and get back to you.
I appreciate that, Madam Manager. I was wondering just because, even though, like I said, the machines that we have are huge, so I know they're expensive, but once you pay them, once you buy them, you don't have to worry about every year a payment. And
Well,
so if, like how much repair happens, how long have we had the current machine that we have? I'm just wondering about the numbers, that's all.
well, so yeah, I got a new proposal from this company because they are saying, our lease is coming up and, they're trying to sell us something else. I would not buy that though. That's a piece of equipment that is very expensive. And then we'll be in the situation like we were with the vehicles. And we are, after a certain amount of time, they aren't fixable or they aren't under warranty or what have you. And then we're stuck with this big piece of equipment. So let me check the contract just to be sure, but that is, that's where we stand. Well, that's where I stand with the lease.
Mayor, I have no more questions for this page.
Okay, great. Anybody else, admin and finance?
I do, Madam Mayor, please. Real quick on the unemployment insurance, it looks like we're not budgeting for that, and it looks like we didn't budget for it either this year. So is that something that is, what was that?
Okay, so unlike most employers, like my company has to pay state and federal unemployment insurance based upon our payroll. Most governments elect to be called or be categorized as a reimbursable employer, meaning you pay the actual expenses of unemployment claims that are filed against you. The problem is for a small city like you, like if you had 1,000 employees, I'd probably budget something for unemployment claim payments that you have. But here you're so small that probably few and far between. So what that is basically someone got terminated and they filed for unemployment and the state paid them $1,254 and now you have to pay the state $1,254.
Right.
You do that in lieu of paying unemployment insurance.
Got it.
Pay period.
Okay. And I agree, we don't have a lot of employees, so that's not a big, that shredding, was that one time that we had the shredding come in?
Yes. That was
Okay. All right. So underneath IT contractual services, what's covered under that?
I'm sorry, I don't have the contract with me. It's in my office.
I'm just wondering, because I do have a concern with how often, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but how often our internet service is down, or how often the clerk's computer is not working, or, so I'm just wondering if we have the best IT possible.
Well, about the internet being down, that's Comcast.
Okay, so that's Comcast.
But the other stuff, that's all IT, like you said. So.
Okay, and then is security. It's security covered under this for our so what do you call it? For your computers.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's covered under that?
It is. It is under our IT contract with Complete Care. We have all of the securities and firewalls and what have you for that. And also troubleshooting, when we have something strange come in, they handle it quickly.
Okay. So I'm wondering, because I know my computer doesn't have security. And I remember I asked when I first got it if that was necessary, and I was told it wasn't. And I really didn't think about it. But as I've thought about it, it's a government issued computer which should have security. So I am guessing that none of our laptops have security, but I'm not sure. I'm assuming if mine doesn't have it, others don't.
Yours, I don't know when you got your laptop. I know that once we got those security measures in place from our IT, that point on, every computer got encrypted and all those things. So mine did. So perhaps we just need to go back and get the ones that were distributed before that. So that would be yours and whomever else didn't have those, items put in. So let's take a look. If you could get your computer to us, and we can at least get it to Complete Care and get them to do any, to put anything on there if it's not there.
Okay, and then we just need to make sure that our fee for Complete Care does include the council computers.
Yes,
okay.
It should. Yeah, it does. It does include them, or include the council members.
Okay. All right. We covered that. So I'm wondering why office supplies is, it was budgeted at 8,000, but we're estimating it's going to be at 2,000, and then we're budgeting again 8,000.
Mhm. Now, excuse me. Now that is just all of the paper, all of those things. I don't know that this is an accurate, when it says 309, wait, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh no, I am 309. Also know that office supplies means the chairs, those things that we replace often too. So it's not just the paper and the paper clips. It's, coffee, it's a lot of things, but I don't know why this is 309. CFO, can you explain? Because I'm looking at that now too, and that stands out. Why is it?
I see it. I can investigate it. I'm looking into the system right now, but I think I did that last week, and I don't know, unless the stuff's being coded wrong to the wrong account, which is possible. You've had turnover in that position.
Right.
Chris is the third person since I've been here that's sat there. So Tony was pretty good, but he'd been there not that long either. So
we'll
consistency has not been their strong suit. So
that's true, but we'll have to get back, because I agree that's a little piece that I know we had more spending than $309 in, and that is chairs, and that's the things in the office that we need, and equipment. So let me get back with you on that, Councilperson Roman, and everybody. I'll share it with everybody.
And for the CFO, isn't furniture considered like I forget what my accountant calls it, but it's not, because it's not a purchase, it's not an item you purchase all the time, and it's also an item that should last you for many years.
Well, I think that's the question of which type of chair you get. So I don't advocate, chairs are actually a sensitive subject for me over the last 35 years, because when I'm in charge of purchasing, I generally will not allow a department to pay $99 for a chair, because it's not going to last. A good office chair is going to cost you somewhere between $300 and $400 just for a secretarial chair with arms. And that'll last you 10, 12, 15 years. I think your question, Councilwoman, is really towards how it's categorized. And for governments, we don't have to categorize things for tax purposes, for depreciation purposes.
Okay.
But we do have limits that if it's $1,000 and lasts more than 3 years, we put that into capital outlay accounts. So if the piece of equipment costs at least $1,000 and lasts at least 3 years, we have to code it differently, and we actually have to track that asset under state law. So that's called capital outlay. Sometimes it's, I can get into the details, but yeah, it would be categorized different. Consumable office supplies would be going into this office supplies. But if you bought a chair that was under $1,000, that's going to be an office supply. It gets a little bit more complicated. Let's say you had a whole department where you bought office systems furniture, which included the chairs. That's actually going to be capital outlay. But you're not that big. I don't see a lot of extravagant office furniture around. I've got a $12 calculator sitting on the little desk that I use. There's just, it's machinery and equipment is what that line item is. You see it down there at the very bottom of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's capital outlay for machinery and equipment. That would be things of $1,000 in 3 years. That's where you would post that.
Okay, so that's my next question. What goes into that?
Well, I don't know what the budget was, and we just put the budget again, what it was this year. I don't know what the detail was. It's not really explained in the budget document, but it could have been anything. Could be a computer, laptops.
It was laptop. It was laptops, computer for me, for staff, not just laptop. It was also a computer PC for that office that you're in.
But by now we should have all brand new computers, right?
Not everybody.
I can tell you one I use, while it's fine, it's hardly a new computer, but it still works. So I'm not complaining about it, but I wouldn't call it new.
Mm-hmm.
I look around, most of that stuff is functional, but it's running old operating system versions. I don't know how much more life you're going to get out of it before Microsoft stops supporting a version of your network software. But your bigger question was, how does it get categorized? So that's where those two accounts differentiate one another.
Well, and the other thing is that if we had a bigger budget, we had, I don't think $1,000 would be a lot of money, but for a village of this size, when you're constantly buying computers, and the manager has the right to purchase anything under $5,000 without running it through the council, we need to make sure that the equipment that is purchased and that we really know why $8,000 of office supplies, and then it shows 309. So so we have 8,000, and then we have another 3,000 for machinery and equipment, and then we have 900 for operating supplies.
Mhm. Operating supplies are the posters that we needed for the signage. The machinery equipment is.
Oh, you did mention that. Can you change the name of operating supplies? Because those posters aren't operating supplies, are they?
Yes, they
No.
are. We have to have them for, it's a labor requirement. So they're supplies because we had to buy the frames that go in, we have to hang them, we have to replace them. So it's put in there also, as operating supply. I mean, maybe we can change the name to something else, like maybe HR required posters and, or something to that nature. It's signage too, or maybe we just call it signage, but we can change the name.
That's an HR item. So it is an HR item.
Yeah, so we can do that. And then the other about the office supplies. Yeah, I think we should definitely break that down. So I'll provide that to everyone too, once we take a deeper look.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions, Councilperson Roman? Any other questions on that page?
Okay, yes, I do have a question on that, Mayor. About the grant writer. Right now, we see that 4,900, and you're saying that he wants to go into a contract with the village for about 10,800.
Yes.
Is that something, I mean, we're going up $5,000 more. Is it something that is necessary? I know the grant writer is Mr. Ruano, right?
Yes.
And he does, I mean, and I thought he worked based on whatever he gets paid based on whatever he can get for the village, or is it?
No, he just charges us based on the work. So it's
On the work, right?
Yeah, so it's based on whatever the project is, but he still works on those projects. So that's why we're saying, well, maybe the flat fee would be a better way to handle it, because then we're getting charged, like he'll send me an invoice for trees, and then we go to something else, but we still need him to continue to work on the trees and what have you. So it's very itemized, his invoices. I think it's a good way to maybe keep him on track with those other items that he does, because he still needs to manage those. We don't have public works, so we do need a little help in with his I call it project consulting to continue those projects. So this would help that, so that it's not per project by the hour and just paid as a flat fee.
But even as it's by the hour or per work, we are doubling the amount. I think is not, I think we should.
Well, this is where this is where we were on the date of this, but we have other invoices coming in from Mr. Ruano.
Oh, but it says projected at the end of the year, it's projected the same amount. That's why I wasn't getting being double.
It'll be more because we got a CDGB grant that he assisted us with. Now he's working that project. I mean, so we have some more projects coming that were not accounted for when we adopted the original, and it'll come. And
on the legal services, I know you already mentioned, I mean, Anders covers a lot, covered a lot of, a few of the questions that I wanted to ask, but you already said it about the extra legal fees and also the professional attorneys line. That's something that's also gonna go into like bidding process and all of that for this year, right? Try to get that down.
That's up to the council.
Oh, okay.
That's,
I thought that's what the residents were strongly asking for, to prepare how do you call it? Like what is it? A
request for proposal.
request for proposals? Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's up to you all to determine and decide how you want to do that.
Oh, I thought it was
it's just paid under the admin and finance budget, but that is
because adding that plus the additional legal fees, we're well over, like so we're over 120,000 pretty much. Ouch.
I think this
okay.
was the negotiated fee for the village attorney when he came
Right.
on.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, but I'm saying as you were referencing to the CFO's position being doing some sort of like RFQ, same
Yeah.
thing is going with shoot. Okay.
Well, the difference between that and the attorney is the CFO falls under the village manager's
On
purview.
their managers, yeah.
And
Okay.
we had to quickly find someone to replace the former CFO's team. It was for a temporary fix, and we got a very recommended CFO to replace him on a temporary basis. So he's interim CFO. He's not our CFO yet, Mr. Wallace. And
Right.
so we do need to do an
Okay.
RFQ for him. It's just that coronavirus, we've just had so many things happening that it's been difficult to get
That was my question, because even though it doesn't fall under you, because you're the same level, it's like the same thing with the lawyer. There's an interim lawyer, and we haven't, well, the council haven't actually moved forward with RFQs and all of that. Okay, so we're still sitting at 96,000 until we actually get that opened and get some. Okay, so I guess I have no more questions here. Thank you.
I see Vice Mayor Nickerson, your hand's raised for this page. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Councilperson Urban.
Yes, just on the point with the grant writer. This might be for the attorney, but just for clarification, I don't believe that it's possible to hire a grant writer based on, like, it's not possible to reward a grant writer based on what they bring in, because it creates conflicts. My understanding is that it's very standard to hire a grant writer at salary because of ethics issues with offering incentive through like commission, essentially. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, the grant
Okay.
writer chart proposes a compensation contract, and the village agrees to it. And whatever the grant writer gets, that's what they get. But there can't be a incentive based upon contracts or grants approved.
And we don't have that.
Right.
That's not how he's paid. So.
Yeah, I just want, and then for people who'd be watching this later, just so they understand, it's going to be essentially a salaried or per project fee. Okay.
Yes.
So maybe you may want to consider grant writer / project consultant, project manager, or
Yeah.
something like that. 'Cause
We can
grant
call it
writer
that.
is probably
We can change that for sure, but maybe project consultant would be better.
Any other questions on this page? Before we go to the next page, I just want to add and make a comment. I was not at the last admin and finance meeting, but I heard it, and it is my understanding that that committee passed to full council, and we did not hear about it for June based on the agenda. But I'm anticipating for the July agenda that there is going to be a presentation of some kind, whether it's an RFQ, whether it's a letter of intent. So if that's not been finalized, then I asked the chair to please make sure that, because that's been passed to full council. So now it's up to you all to make sure okay. All right, I see the hand, I see the thumb up. All right. Let's go to the next page. Next page is, what is that? Planning and zoning? Yes.
Any questions?
Any questions from anybody in the council? None. I don't see any hands raised, do I? All right. Let's go to I have a question. So Juan, as it relates to the updating the comp plan and all the other, if that requires notice, where do we put those expenses at? Is that going under the clerk?
You mean for the advertising of those?
Yeah, for like, the comp plan is gonna require advertising. Comp plan requires so many things to the state. Where are we putting those expenses at?
I believe those expenses may be coming out of the clerk's budget, but I'm not sure. CFO, do you know of it being anything different? Because we do have for advertisement, I think we just go there, but maybe.
And why do we have fees under expense for the professional developer fees?
So I'll answer the last question first. The professional fees developers, this was the two large projects you have, the church and then the, I'm sorry, started with a K.
Cavista.
Yeah, Cavista. So these were unanticipated expenditures, but I also think you charged the developers fees for this. And that's, that was just to separate them out from the other things. The printing and binding, I'm pretty sure, are things related to variances or whatever other public notices you need to make for people, and maybe P&Z meetings, stuff like that.
But if we're charging the developers fees, wouldn't that be a revenue that they're paying us? Why is it under an expense right now?
Well, you'd have both. You'd have a revenue, and hopefully the revenue shows up in the revenue account. You see at the end of this thing, there's a project code called cost for the project account number. That indicates that these were set up for
cost recovery fees.
Correct. And so if we haven't gotten the money yet, we will be getting it. I would encourage the city to get that money in advance of projects, not at the end of them, where you have to, particularly for a project that got denied, you may have a little bit of a headache trying to get money from these guys. But
so basically what you're saying is that when we get the invoice from Placerbia, it usually has several line items, and he always itemizes the cost recovery fee. So you're telling me that line is all the cost recovery fees that totals in all the invoices?
Yes.
We can in turn collect the revenue on.
Correct.
Absolutely. And just to add to that, we have changed the applications for these developments so that it includes that there will be recovery fees charged. So they're aware. That wasn't in place before, and we will be going after recovery fees.
Yeah, well, that's like 4 years in county that we should have been doing that for so long. Now, if those are revenues, where am I going to see that on the revenue page, Chris?
All right. So this is going to show up in variances and other fees. I think we wanted to, I think that's also where we showed the cost revenue thing, but it's not showing up on your budget. But that's where we would be posting it.
On the first page.
Shouldn't, because this is like when you get money for an event, it's a wash, right? It's like the off duty for the police. What we get paid is what we're going to pay out. So if what the fees are is going to be 16.8, then it should be reflect on the revenue side as well.
So I think to make it easier, particularly when you do monthly budget reports or quarterly budget reports or whatever, I'll add an account number here for cost recovery, separate from anything else that you may charge for development.
Okay.
And
So
that
you
way
have
you can
the
see
hat-
where you stand from year to, from month to month as far as what you've paid out and what you've collected.
So you're saying that you're still gonna have to add it to the general fund revenue page?
Well, I'm going to break it out. I think it's in there. So I don't think you see anything for this year because we weren't billing it, and hopefully we'll start collecting it, and then I'll have to add an account number for it. But I'm going to put in. I don't like budgeting cost recovery. I mean, we can, but it's going to be a wash, and it's going to be hard in a small city like yours to know when you're going to have a project that's going to be cost recovery. I think I don't know. I haven't
No,
been here very long.
no, that's not true, because that's initially done with Juan. Usually projects that's gonna require a cost recovery, Juan lets us know upfront initially, and so we always know. I'm for years when I review the invoices, I'm always circling it before I sign any check and before I give it back to the manager. So
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about at the project stage. I was talking about at the budget stage. Like right now, if you could tell me which, for the next fiscal year, how much cost recovery projects you'd have, I'd add both the revenue and expense, but I think it would be a pretty wild guess because you're not really going to have a good idea what's going to come through your door next year. I agree with you that as the project is brought before you, you'll know it, but you're not going to have a budget for it is what I'm saying, because we could budget for it, but we're going to budget wrong. I guarantee you.
That makes sense. So this 16,000, I'm assuming this is actual that you have figured out that is owed. Is it owed or is it paid?
It's paid. If it's on the expense side, it's paid. And
Well, $16,000 is not exactly a small amount, and I don't know where you all have it reflected in the revenue, and if the council can help me out, and maybe you all can spot it somewhere, but I don't.
No, I think what we're trying to do at this stage is collect it, not just for this year, but for prior years as well. I think we've been the process is.
I understand, Chris, but you're saying that year to date it's here. So you're saying year to date as of May 31st, it's you have it already tagged and budgeted as received. So as an actual. So I'm just saying I don't see that actual dollars on the revenue side.
I don't think it's there is what I'm saying. We're trying to collect it. We know we have the expense because we wrote checks for that. That's the easy part. The harder part is once you write those checks, if you haven't collected money in advance.
So this is what we went over, $16,000. Now we have to collect it.
So
Right.
yes, but you're telling me that this is for Cavista and Cristo Rey and they haven't paid? I find that really surprising.
All right. Well, I'll follow up on it for you. I mean, I'm not prepared tonight to tell you how much you've gotten from them. But I suspect
but we'll
that
figure
on
it
the
out.
cost recovery side, you are owed money and we're going to try and get it for you.
Mhm.
All right, if there's nothing else, I'm ready to go to the next one.
If I may, really quickly.
Vice Mayor Nicholson,
I'm ready to go to the next one also, but so just to be clear though, Mr. Wallace, there's not, does this happen multiple times in the budget? Like, is everything that we have under year to date, I assume we've collected everything that's there year to date. Is there anything else that pops out in your mind that's still outstanding, even though you have it listed under year to date?
If I know about it, it's posted and we put it in the accounting system already. If we haven't gotten it, then it's probably not there or it's been misposted to another account would be my second guess. But when it comes to cost recovery, we know we've been deficient in how that's been as a process working. Hopefully we've corrected it, but that's just going forward. Now we're to the point on cost recovery where we're going back and trying to collect what we should have been billing.
Yeah, but
So-
I think to Vice Mayor Nicholson's point, he has a point, and the point which is I think I was trying to make is that if we're projected to receive it, then it should be projected to year end. It should not be year to date, because if it's under year to date, you're letting us think or believe that it's been received. So if it hasn't been received, then it should just be projected to year end. It should not be in both columns. And if we have received the money, I would hope that you all would know.
Well, all right. So we're looking at down here on the urban, below the urban planner. That's what was actually spent. And
Spent, that's what I understand. Year to date is what's being spent, 61,000, whatever we paid the urban planner and plus the professional fees of 16,000. That's what I get. That's been
Right,
money
so-
spent,
Yeah,
right?
so for the urban planner, we presumed that we would pay 60,000 by the end of the year because that's the budget and the contract for it. For the professional fees for developers, if you're going to have additional expenses for that past May 31st, then I need to increase the year to, or the forecast to year end of that 16,813. But at the time we did this budget forecast, we just presumed this would be a wash, and that maybe the revenues haven't come in for those expenditures, but those bills were actually paid at that point in time of 16,683 or whatever that is, 883. And it could have changed by now. I mean, I don't know. I have to go back and look.
So even more so, I understand what you're saying. So even if we have not collected, I think for it to be on the radar for you and for the manager, because you all are, you can remember everything, then it should be reflected on if we haven't received it, in the revenue projected to your end to receive, so that you all know you're tracking that to follow through with it.
Well, yeah, I think we're doing that through the invoicing process and through the project management. But I hear your concern. I think we're just addressing it differently. I don't know that you'll receive it by fiscal year end or not. If you want me to put it in there, that's fine. It's just a forecast in any event, but I don't want you to think that we're not pursuing the collection of it at all. I just don't like, it's like code enforcement fines. I don't like booking it as a revenue till we actually get it, because you don't know when you're going to get it. And if we get it, I'll update it just like we do for everything else that comes across their way after we prepare a forecast. But I'm going to break out the revenues separately so that we can see those easier. There may be some of that money up in that variance fee column anyway, but I'm going to go back between now and the next version, hopefully by next week, and by the agenda deadline, break out the cost recovery revenue if there is any. In any event, I'm going to add the revenue account separate from that account so that you can see it, as we go forward. Every time I give you a budget, you can see how much you have, a budget report, how much you've received in cost recovery revenue, and then look down and see how much you have in cost recovery expense.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, we'll go to the next page. Vice Mayor Nickerson, is your hand up? Yeah, you can go ahead.
This is village clerk page, correct? The next page, village clerk page. Okay, thank you very much. If we go down to where it says video recordings and transcripts, I remember when I heard when the manager was going through, she was saying that the Zoom is currently in your budget, correct, Christia? It's nowhere.
No, I'm proposing that we put Zoom in my budget and in the clerk's budget, like that we have two separate Zoom accounts.
I got you. So my question is that why did we budget 10,000? What's different? If Zoom's not in here, what's different this year that we budgeted 10,000? We thought it was going to be 10,000, but it's going to be 16.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, when I say Zoom, I'm talking about the ones that we control. I'm not talking about what Full Moon is doing for us for Zoom, like this meeting. So, this is more because we've got more expenses.
What do you mean the ones that we control?
Like if I want to have a meeting with you, that's my Zoom account, not this. So I need, and to hold a meeting that's not televised like this, but it's still a meeting. I would have to have a Zoom account. I wouldn't call Full Moon for you and I to have a Zoom meeting.
I got you. I got you. Do we have, so are you using like your personal Zoom account, or is there one like the village provides for?
I just got the village one, and I'm proposing that the clerk has one too, or, the council, so that you all can utilize that as well.
Okay, I got you. So this right here, we're assuming would be including some of Zoom, or including Zoom, this extra 6,000?
Well, that's happening in video record. Yes, that's including what we're doing now, since things have changed. So yes.
Okay, all right. And then the education and train, no, the advertisement. Have we had extra advertisement was it all the Cavista and like Crystal Ray stuff that's in is the clerk on here?
That's probably the $7,500 that we went over for advertising something,
That's for the trim. Sorry.
the trim.
That's for the trim that had to be for a mistake that was done. It had to be advertised twice. Remember, and as Mayor Cubillos pointed out, all the advertisement goes through me, through my department. Because as I send it out, it bills to my department, regardless of what it is. Any advertisement done for RFPs, anything that's advertisement goes into that. That overage is because that trim had to be done twice for a mistake that was done by another department. Which is 7 and 7, it's 14.
So the extra trim, that's where we're getting that extra cost, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Thank you very much. And sorry, I said there's a clerk on here because the screen that I'm on, I see the budget, and then I only see like 5 boxes. So I didn't see your box. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. That's all the questions I have for this particular page.
Any hands raised? Any questions? All right. The next page, public affairs. And while we're going to the next page, I think for point of clarity for the manager, the mistake, I believe it was something done by the former finance, and did he ended up not paying for half of it?
He paid for half of it. He did.
Now we're in public affairs. All right, any questions? Do I see a hand raised? Council person Roman.
Yeah, Christia, are you with that proposal that you received for 4,800? Can you do that now this fiscal year and utilize what we did not use for Arbor Day and the other events, 4th of July?
Absolutely. And that's why it's not on this. I just wanted you all to know we need to do that though. But yes, I can definitely utilize some reallocation from this department.
I think we should do that before the end of the fiscal year, is reallocate that since it's already budgeted and just utilize it for the website and get all that done.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think you can do that and probably stay in budget, right?
Oh, yes, I will.
Mhm.
And it might even qualify for some reimbursement too. So I'll try.
Any other questions from the public affairs budget? All right. Next, we have police. Before I go to Vice Mayor Nickerson, this is to either the manager or to the CFO. Those REFs, can you just give us those numbers, please? We're under tentative proposed.
I'm sorry, where are you, Mayor?
On the top of the page, we're going to tentative proposed 21.
Oh, yes. Okay.
First two, says REF exclamation point. What are those numbers?
So executive salaries are 75,750. Regular salaries are 393,830. Other salaries are 20,000.
Yeah, that came out. That's fine. And then the final budget, the total budget, yeah, it's 954.
Yes.
And then FICA and retirement contribution also came out with the,
All right, so FICA is 41,399. Retirement is 145,642.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, you want to, you have your hand up.
Madam Mayor. I want to look at those new numbers you guys just gave us, and I probably will when the next person speaks, but the Madam Manager, the when we're looking at the gasoline,
Yes.
and we where are we at? Did we highly over budget this for a reason? Or is this because of the new lease program that's coming in, or?
No, it's because the county has been very slow with the billing. This was based on last year's, this year, you know, the budget. It's just very slow. So that's why we haven't been able to break out the other departments' gas use either. But no, the gas is, you'll see it will catch up.
And the maintenance, thank you, Madam Manager. And the maintenance for the vehicles is just because they're a year older and they're having to be worked on more and more. And every year probably is going to go up a little bit, maybe, right? So
Right. None of our vehicles are under warranty anymore. So now we're out of pocket on, you know, we have to pay for everything.
And the comp time is much higher for, what's that reason, Madam Manager?
Okay, now that I do not know. Let me ask is our chief on? Does he know?
Yeah, I don't know about the comp time. The CFO would be better
Oh, okay.
apt to answer that question.
CFO, can you please answer about comp time?
Sure. This is an election the officers have under their contract as to whether they get paid overtime or comp time for working overtime. Comp time is essentially a time off in the future, but they can sell it and use it in the future. So what we've done is the budget for what we've actually spent for this, you know, year to date was under budgeted. And I guess it's just very difficult to, given the small employee group, I think it's going to be very volatile. But so at the time this report was rendered and at the end of May, it spent $2,851. The projected to year end is just an annualized amount. And so we just rounded that up to 5,000 for next year, but it could be less, but it's been more in the past than that $1,300. So I think they probably took a little bit of an aggressive posture when they did the budget. But honestly, comp time is not a really good practice for any city. Comp time can be earned at one rate and paid out at a higher rate if someone gets a raise. If you know, all it is overtime. It's deferred overtime. You're always better off having paid overtime than booking comp time, in my opinion. But your contract gives some flexibility to the officers on how they choose overtime over comp time or vice versa, and when they get paid for their comp time.
Mr. Wallace, when we were on the first page, and you know, we don't have to go back to the first page, but when we were on the first page, when I asked about the police off-duty details, and you said it was a revenue.
Yes.
And it was year to date 3246, and you know, for projected 4,500. So when I'm looking at the off-duty details on this page, which was not budgeted, but is projected for, is that different?
So for the current year, what you have is can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For the current year, what you have is a lot of bad past practice of how comp time was actually booked from an accounting point of view. Did I say comp time? I meant off-duty detail if I did. And we've changed that practice during mid-year. So now it's a payroll expense. So the year to date and the forecast really kind of are bad in the sense that it wasn't being done properly from an accounting point of view. I think the more important thing is for going into next year, when you look at the off-duty detail, we've budgeted $10,000 in revenue, and you know you should make a little bit more because we have to pay the FICA on the off-duty detail. So you have to kind of keep in the back of their mind, you should have a little bit more revenue than expense because of the FICA and workers' comp that you have to pay on it. So we budgeted 10,000 in revenue, and here we have, I should probably make this whole thing bigger, but we have $9,390. And so they're about the same. They're offsetting each other as far as a budget. I don't think you can look at the year to date and say that they're going to match up, because I've got off-duty details posted in other accounts, and maybe I should try to break it out, but that's going to be a bit of a bear the way it was being done.
Okay, so currently year to date, the police off-duty details on revenue is 3,246, but here for expenses is 875.
Yeah, they're just mismatched because of the way they were being done. They weren't being posted the right way. I mean, they were kind of offsetting the revenues and the expenses. They were being handled different from different agencies, because you sometimes get called in for off-duty details from Miami Beach, North Miami, Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County pays your officers directly, which may or may not be the best practice, but the others, there's this billing and payment thing that goes on. And I could try to restate the off-duty details for the current year. That's not done in this spreadsheet. It's going to be a bit of a bear, though. I was more interested in just correcting the practice and then changing the budget construct for next year. I don't know how to explain it other than that. I mean, it's really a bit of a mess, but I could probably spend some time doing that. I don't know that I'd have it done for the next meeting, but I could probably have it done for later in the summer, because it's knowing how that was recorded in past years and through a good part of this year. Because we didn't really start making this change, I don't think, if memory serves. I think we started talking about it with the officers in the police department right before the COVID-19 thing hit. And then, of course, that changed a lot. And then when we were able to get back to City Hall and meet with people and sit down with Christian to set up the practice and change the payroll practices, set up payroll codes and things like that. And then once again, sit down with the officers for a few minutes to discuss the change. It's a bit of work to restate it, but I can try to do it. But my goal in the budget was just try to correct that practice from a budget point of view, knowing we've already changed that practice from a payroll and a financial reporting point of view. There were some real issues that I'd rather not go into, but they've been corrected, and the accounting of it has not been corrected. And I wasn't inclined to go back and correct it, but if you want me to, I can.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. It's just confusing. So that's
Oh,
all.
it is. I mean, it's confusing the current year because it's a mix of a bunch of different stuff is the problem. I don't think it's so confusing for the budget for next year, where we have 10,000 of revenue and 9325 of, or whatever it is, 9390 of expense. That's about right. So going forward, it'll be posted right. Currently, it's being posted right. What you've got is a big mess up to the point we started changing it pretty much after COVID, if I recall correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no question.
So I have a question. For several years, and I know you mentioned it's bad practice. For several years, the off-duty was paid through a check where no taxes were taken out. I'll give an example. City Miami Beach. Whatever City Miami Beach would pay the village, we paid directly out to the officers, and it came through the checks that the manager and the mayor would then sign. So now putting it this way, what cost are we looking at for the village? Because there's a cost if it goes through FRS, correct?
No, there isn't. That was actually, I mentioned it kind of in passing when we were talking about the elected officials FRS, but in talking with the people at Florida Retirement System, I will tell you that it was a very lengthy, there were multiple calls. I finally got a hold of the senior person there, and they basically take the attitude, however you want to handle it's up to you. Most cities do not handle it as compensable for retirement purposes, meaning it's not figured into their retirement calculation. You as an employer don't contribute to it. They, as an employee, do not contribute to it, and it doesn't factor into their retirement at all. I wanted to make sure that was the case because I've actually been told just the opposite by FRS in previous years. What they really do is ignore how their rules are written. So no, the long and short of it is you're not paying here in the village on pension on off-duty detail. You are going to have to pay on the Medicare and Social Security components. Here's the thing about off-duty detail and police officers. So I'll use Miami-Dade County Police Department off-duty detail as an example. Miami pays your officers as contractual employees, not employees, but independent contractors. So they pay them through a 1099. They do not withhold taxes or anything because they cannot consider your officers their employees, because that would be dual office holding in the state of Florida, which is against the law. So they kind of skirt around that rule. But when you think about it, you know, the IRS is going to consider these people employees when they're out there working off-duty detail because their powers vest from the Village of El Portal. They're wearing a uniform from the Village of El Portal. Their arrest powers stem from Village of El Portal's police powers. They are in every way, shape, and form, while they're out there working off-duty detail, they are an employee of El Portal. So, and because they're an employee, you really need to run them through payroll to withhold taxes on it and to also pay the Medicare and Social Security on it. In the case of an IRS audit, they're going to nail you for not handling that correctly. They will consider them employees for tax purposes, and they're going to want to know why you weren't withholding taxes on them. So this was something we identified, you know, I think in January, and it was a concern because I've seen this in IRS audits before, and you don't want to have to be the one having to pay. What the IRS would do would make you pay their back taxes, quite honestly, and that can add up to a significant amount of money. So we've corrected that practice, and the employees are fine with it. They're actually glad, the ones I've talked to, that they don't have to worry about getting 1099s and estimating their withheld self-employment taxes or whatever. But yeah, you do have an added expense. The question you're going to need to ask yourself is, are you collecting enough from the people who are asking for these services? You know, are you billing them enough to cover your costs? And this way we'll track it. We'll probably come back here at the end of the fiscal year, of this fiscal year, to see how well we're covering our costs. I'm not saying you need to make money at it, but you definitely want to cover your costs as far as what you charge vendors for their off-duty detail. I think most of your money, or most of the off-duty detail, comes from working for other agencies like North Miami Beach and Miami Beach, or maybe it's North Miami, whoever. You fill in the gaps when they don't have enough officers to work the off-duty detail. So it's good for your officers to make the extra income. And I think you don't want to discourage that. You just want to make sure you're charging the vendors who use their services enough to cover what you pay them, plus your costs in addition to what you pay the officers.
Well, Chris, there's a standard rate that all agencies use when they're getting hired, outside agencies. If you go above that rate, you're going to price out the El Portal officers from there, because they're going to go to other, and we've had this discussion, they're going to go to other agencies and use them instead. But there is a going overtime rate for most agencies, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're probably okay, but I mean, I don't think the commission's going to want to be upside down on that practice. So if our costs at the end of the day, you know, if the officer plus the let's just call it the FICA, if the officers plus the FICA is $30, we want to be collecting $30 or $40, whatever that cost is. You don't want to be, you know, you don't want to be upside down on it. You just want to cover your costs. And I don't know that you are or you aren't. I think you are, but we need to, you know, we need to cover it. And, you know, and I've talked with your guys and you about this too. I understand quite clearly that you can price yourself out of the market. Because some agencies do charge less. The Highway Patrol is notorious for charging less, and you don't want, you know, no offense to the Highway Patrol, but you don't want your guys to miss out when their guys can't. But on the flip side, Chief, they're not going to want to be upside down on what we charge vendors. So, and I don't think you are. I think it's close, but I don't think you are. And it's always close. No city's getting.
No one's making money off it. either.
Off-duty detail.
No one makes money off it.
Right.
Thanks for the explanation. Anything else on this budget from the members of the council? See any hands raised. Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Really quickly, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to be clear, the retirement contributions is going up. Next year, we proposed it at 145. That was the number we heard, right, when Madam Mayor asked for the number for the RAF. It was 145, 642 for retirement contributions. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is a function of the salaries. The contribution rate for public safety under FRS actually went slightly down, but it's pretty much the same. I think the difference is the salaries that we expect to pay next year are greater than what we expect to pay this year. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that for the current year. I think vacancies having to do a lot with it, but it's just a function of whatever the salaries are in the police department. So,
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was just wondering why, this year is projected 104 and next year is 145. That's all. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. No more questions for this.
Anybody else? All righty, hearing none.
Sorry, I was on mute and I couldn't unmute myself. So just to cover, I think the difference of $60-something thousand is $63,000 is all salaries, correct? For next year, the proposed
is that the difference in the
totals from 890 to 954?
I just wanted to be clear. Well, it's a bunch of everything, but mostly it's the salary increases. Yes. And like I said, we didn't really budget for, any additional officers or big pay raises or anything. I think it's just a function of the current salary the salary being paid out had vacancies with it, and we're not expecting to spend as much, but it is more than it was last year.
But to Councilperson Roman's point, actually, I mean, what we budgeted was 890. They're coming in at 798. So actually, what's being budgeted is over 100,000.
Right.
So you all have projected to the end of the year at 798, and then the tentative proposal for the next fiscal year is 954.
Yeah. So you're looking at 155,510 of an increase.
Yeah. So I'd have to go back and evaluate your payroll. I know you had a change at the top. That's an expensive payroll source. I think if I recall correctly, you did have some changes in personnel. Otherwise, you do have quite a bit of turnover. And we didn't expect to pay as much as budgeted. And we don't think the budget was as much as it probably should have been based upon the current pay. I can provide you with what we are basing that payroll number on. It's based upon the current rates of pay for each of those officers, and in there, and also for the other few employees the village has. It's based upon the current rates of pay. And then the rest of it, things that are related to payroll are going to go up because of that as well, whether that's retirement, FICA, workers' comp, whatever. They're a function of how much you pay in payroll related items as well. So the biggest change here is the payroll. I can provide this information to the chief and he can go over it with his guys to make sure it's right. But it was pulled from the payroll records. And when I saw the jump, but part of it was explained away with, turnover in personnel and the rates of pay that the employees get under their contract.
What turnover in personnel?
Right, we don't have any turnover.
There hasn't been any turnover since I've been there.
Thank you. I was chief. I was going to add that.
And
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. But like I said,
let's go back because I agree we have to do that.
But I mean, the payroll is being posted. The payroll, projection is based upon the current rates of pay at the time of May 31st. So I'll share that with the chief. If there's an error, I don't know how it would have arisen, but we would certainly correct it. But that's how it was developed.
Okay, well, we'll review that, and since that is such a big jump, and then get back as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Yeah, that is a very big jump.
Mhm.
$155,000.
Now, I know, jumping ahead, I know what we can do with some of that money, though, if it is incorrect, because there are some needs, some desperate needs that this department needs. And I don't know if this is the time or place right now, but I would love to share them with everybody.
Chief, this is the time and the place right now to talk to us.
Okay, then here I go. Whatever you can find for us, please, Chris, let me know. There's three basic areas that I'm looking at. I think we all are aware of the cars and the car situation and moving forward, the leasing program. But let me start with the other two areas first. And I know I mentioned them last time. One of them is equipment. One of them is that at this point, I know we discussed with demonstrations and the things that can go on with that. We are woefully unprepared if something was to happen in El Portal. I can't be any more plainer than that. We've been able to get some equipment. We need more equipment. And I have quotes on it, but that's an extra 14,500 right there. More importantly, our tasers are no good. Our ECDs are electronic control devices. That's a $25,000 ticket to redo the whole department. But all these other tasers are breaking down. There's no parts to get them fixed. It's almost the same price as getting a new one now that's been upgraded because they never got an extended warranty. Now, I bring up the importance of this because that's a secondary less than lethal weapon we can go to in a situation where if we have to use deadly force, so be it. A good shooting will be a good shooting. But if there's a way we can get around it without having to take a life, I would much prefer that, and I'm sure the officers would too. And there's where the ECD comes in. So being that we have this weapon, this intermediate weapon to use in certain situations, not all, it would behoove the department, the village, to make sure that they're working properly and to have the top of the line that we can have. What I don't want is an officer to have to reach for a taser in a situation, and we've had a situation last year in the summertime where a guy lunged at two of my officers with a knife. He had the taser out and he was able to incapacitate the person. Had he not had the taser, or had the taser not worked, he would have had to resort to his firearm and he would have killed the guy. And it would have been a good shooting because the guy was lunging at him with a knife. Fortunately, he had the ECD and he was able to take care of it that way. And, lo and behold, it worked out good. It was a good ending for this. I can't say it enough. I have to send my 2 midnight guys to training. We have a trainer, so that cost will be negated. But they need the ECDs too. They're out on midnights and they run into probably more stuff out of the blue than you would on daytimes. These are weapons that they absolutely need. I can't say it strongly enough. That and the other equipment, those have a fixed cost. That'll be a one-time cost, and that'll be the end of that. Moving on to the vehicles and the leasing. There is a breakdown I put in the report to the manager, mayor. It's been shipped out to everybody. What you will find, we were able to refleet the entire village, not just police cars. At the end of a 3-year period, we'll have 7 new police cars, but you'll also have a vehicle for code enforcement and a vehicle for maintenance, and preferably a truck that won't be much difference than it would be for the car price. And you would have for the code and for the maintenance, a higher clearance vehicle, which would come in very handy during emergencies and flooding situations. So over the course of 3 years, you would have a nine car replacement. And the first year would be at $25,000 for 3 police vehicles. Then the next year you would have 1 police vehicle and the building maintenance and the code. And the final year would be the 3 other vehicles. It's all broken down in the report. Again, the first year would be $25,000. So what I'm looking at for the police department, albeit I understand the cost is steep, But between the ECD, the equipment that we need to protect the officers out in the situation, and the first year for the cars in the leasing program, it's a cost roundabout of $65,000. The next year after that will continuously drop. It won't be that high during the 5-year lease. After 4 or 5 years, you won't have to budget any monies for vehicles until the next cycle starts. So there'd be 2 years without having to budget for any vehicles. And with the vehicles coming back at the new cycle, you'll get money, $9,500 off of each car moving forward. So it's going to be substantially less. It's all broken down in the report there that I put together, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions about it. But first year moving forward for the 3 needs that we have, it is rounded off at $65,000.
Chief, can you please, what the $14,000 item, what was that again, please?
The $14,500, that would be the BDUs, the gas masks, which are expensive, and the helmets, the Kevlar helmets. We were able to get shields this year on our own, but certainly we need the masks and we need the helmets.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So to the manager and to to Chris, if you can tighten up these numbers for us so that
Yes.
we can take a look at what the reality would be. And I think one of the things that I asked the manager and the chief is, hey, we all have a wish list, but I think we also need to take a look at what is, if there is a tier plan of what is actually needed. While we may need, and the wish list is get 8 cars for the police department, what's a reality? Can it be 2? Can it be 3? Like what is that reality to present to the council for consideration? Maybe 2 cars this year or 3 cars the year after, kind of have a 3 to 5 year plan.
I did that. It's in there, and it was 3, 3, 1, 3.
Okay.
And then also a code enforcement and a building maintenance over the period of the years. Yeah.
And that's where the 25,000 for the first year would be for the 3 cars.
Correct.
And then the 3 cars are for the police department, correct?
Correct. The following year would be code enforcement, building maintenance, and 1 police car, which would be substantially less because 2 of those will not be fully marked police cars. So you can say 25,000 again, but it's not going to be that much.
My question, and I guess this would be for Chris, would be, so when the pilot program for the take-home car was initiated, with that program came a small stipend or fee that the officers are going to pay. Where is that reflected at? And how much have they paid?
Well, I can tell you that it is being paid. I can't tell you off the top, and it is a small amount, but I can't tell you off the top of my head where it's being posted to. I think it's being offset to the maintenance account, if I had to guess, or maybe the fuel account. I'll have to get back with you, Mayor. I'm sorry I don't know the answer. I have seen the deductions for it, but I don't know what account it's getting posted to, because it's not a ton of money, so I didn't really pay that much attention to it. But I know they are paying it.
I think that would be good for us to know, and where it's if it's being offset in gas, if it's being offset in repair, whatever the case may be. But like we do with the offsets on all the other places with the events and the money we may get in and the developer fees, whether the cost recovery, I think it needs to be somewhere delineated as far as what that dollar amount, because they are paying it.
Yes.
That's good to know.
Shouldn't that be is that what you're saying, Mayor, that it should be a line item by itself?
Yeah, if the police officers are paying into the program as part of the pilot, we should know. It doesn't matter how minor it is. I think it's important for us to know exactly, and I think they would want us to know.
Okay, I do know where it's being paid. So It's being paid, it's being posted to a revenue account, and the revenue account is, I know the answer to this before I even ask, but I'm just gonna double check. 360. I'm sorry, I really need to make this bigger. 369. Miscellaneous revenues.
Get rid of it. Change that line.
Yeah, I just knew that was going to be the case before I even said it, but yeah,
So
miscellaneous.
you're saying
revenues.
the 11,000, that's what it is?
Well, it's part of that. I mean, there's, like I said, that when we went over that, there's a number of things going in, and I've got a note to break them out. So part of that's going to be the take-home cars.
All
Yeah.
right, we'll start from that and break that out. So,
I think as Councilperson Roman mentioned before, a recurring revenue or recurring expense needs to have its own line item. If it's a one-time, then we can understand if you put it in there, but something like that, you know, whatever the 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 7, whatever it is, I think it needs to have its own line item.
All right, we'll break out everything that's in there into its separate line items, but I just knew that was going to be the case when I started looking at it. So.
I had the lieutenant salary, that's part of regular, chief, correct?
Yes.
We're projected to end the year at 303 as opposed to 351. Why is that?
That I don't know. We haven't lost anybody, thankfully.
Or maybe that's more of a question for Chris or the manager.
I don't know the answer, but
Well, I think this goes towards that original question is how we developed the budget and how we were doing the forecast. So I will get back with you on both, other than to say that whatever's in regular salaries is what's coming out of the police department payroll. So, I mean,
Yeah, the one thing we know about payroll is that it's the salary increases are pretty much fixed based on negotiation with the collective bargaining unit. So we know exactly what percentages they're going to be increased, because that's determined 3 years in advance, or 3 years at a time, better said.
yeah, and it's unlikely someone's being underpaid because they're usually real quick to note when they're short a dollar. It's more likely when someone's overpaid that's not caught for a while because, oh, I thought it was just a bonus I got.
well,
but that's just
it wouldn't be. We'll look into that. We'll definitely get to that as soon as possible.
Okay. Yeah, I think that once, and I'll ask anybody else on the council if they have anything to add, but I think that once we tighten up those numbers, I think we'd be better equipped to be able to, you know, make a decision as far as, you know, is it going to be a possibility in reality to get those 3 cars in the first year, so for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
Open it up to the council. Not to mention that, you know, if we don't get sued, even though we all got an email while we were on this call, on this meeting, you know, there's also potential money there as well. So take a look at what that cost is. I mean, that's definitely could pay for a few cars. Anything else? Hearing none. All right. Let's go to the next, building and code enforcement. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, give me a second. So we're in code enforcement, right? Yeah, sorry. Isn't the code enforcement car in really, really bad shape?
Yes.
Okay. So, because from what I remember, that was like one that was like basically falling apart. So in reality, I mean, isn't 22, you know, replacing it in 2022, isn't that late?
That was Chief Magnuson's proposal. That wasn't mine. I mean, he's just saying that that's how he would phase it because we were trying to figure that out. But no, we can wait that long.
We would try to give one of our cars over to them in the meantime, because as bad as the code enforcement vehicle is, our fleet is probably just as horrendous. And we would get one of our our unmarked cars that are in good condition and shift that over for now. And then they're gonna, what I neglected to say is they're gonna take a lot of the junk cars with us at the time. They told us they're gonna take the cars with them, and that's in the report too. So we're gonna clear out that lot as well of these vehicles in there. And there would be a plan in place to certainly upgrade their car till they got the new one. But you know, maybe I'm a little biased, but I got to tell you, the police vehicles, they definitely need an upgrade. And, you know, that's what I was pushing for first on that. And by the second year, though, if you notice, we're only taking one police car, and the rest is for the city. I mean, that could be negotiated one way or other, I'm sure. I just thought that the greater need right now is for the police vehicle, since we would have something to give the code enforcement for that year that will run, and it won't give them tetanus from sitting in it.
And can we also get the reference numbers, the actual salaries and all of that to show? Or can you read them to us?
The salaries for the.
So the first four lines are reference.
This is for police.
No,
this
we're
is
in code.
building code.
So the regular salaries for the building department is $35,350. For code enforcement officer, it's $38,380. The FICA is $5,640. Retirement contributions are $6,245. Are there any others missing from there other than the total?
Chris, I got to ask you, I'm sorry, about the building department. Shouldn't that be 38, the tentative proposed budget? I mean, I wouldn't go down on her salary.
This is code.
This is regular salaries, building department. The first one.
That's Herrera, right?
Yes.
Well, I'll have to double check her rate of pay, but her rate of pay is 16.83, which goes to $35,000 more or less. It's 5 cents short of 35,000.
I think she earns 38, but let's revisit that together.
I'll have it double checked. I'm highlighting it now, but well, you know what? I can check it right now too. So keep going. You guys keep talking, and I'll just double check that real quick with the last payroll.
Well, I believe Councilperson Roman wanted to know. Okay, so code enforcement officer, the REF is $38,380. The FICA for those is $5,640. And then the retirement contributions, $6,245.
I just noticed health insurance. I didn't look at health insurance and all the others, but did health insurance change quite a bit?
Change from when? Next year to this year?
Yeah. I didn't look in the other departments, but here there's it's a $2,000 difference or whatever.
We have factored a 12% increase in health insurance, because health insurance is always, you know, pick your best number. And I'm not real clear on what the village's practices on open enrollments and bidding out insurance. So maybe a little help there would be, you know, what are you guys, are you planning on any changes with your carrier, or have they submitted?
We could get it lower, but we did make a change this fiscal year. So it depends. We have a person that we work with to shop for better rates, and I definitely want to find a better rate, but this is what we have for now this year.
Okay. That's all I have for here.
Any other comments from the council? Questions?
The building department salary is the current rate of pay for that employee.
Is that 38,000?
No, it's 35,000.
Okay, if that's the case, then let me check. I thought it was more, but okay.
All right, if there is no other questions for this department, let's go to the next one. I think the remaining departments are specialty accounts. I think the first one goes.
Public Works.
Oh, Public Works.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Public Works. I think we have the same one. I see Vice Mayor Nickerson's hand up, but at the same time, the first three lines don't have the tentative proposed budget amounts, but Vice Mayor Nickerson, it's all yours.
Yeah, but let's do that first, Madam Mayor, so we know what we're working with. But I have other questions. But we can do that. Mr. CFO, Mr. Wallace, the first three lines, the REF.
So the regular salaries is $26,260. FICA Medicare is $2,009. Retirement contributions are $2,626.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for that. So there were just a couple of things really quickly. The repairs and maintenance, not the vehicles, but under the vehicles, that was for what, Christia? Because it's going to be 9,000 this year and it's going back down to 5,000 next year. What's happening this year that's not happening next year?
I'm sorry, where are you, Vice Mayor?
I'm down where it says repairs and maintenance, other.
Oh, I see. That's the nature trail gate that is vandalized on occasion. School has been out for a while, so we haven't had that issue lately, but it's the repair of the gate and other, repairs throughout the village when they come up.
Oh, so the gate is what's pushing it to, it's basically 9,000 this year?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been repaired about 5 times.
The gates are upswing from last year? Like it
yes, we get a lot of vandalism there for some reason.
Okay. The utilities, electricity.
Yes.
We under budgeted that much greatly, like $3,000 more or less. Like electricity is what? What is that? Utility electricity. Because that wouldn't be Village Hall.
I'm sorry. No, that's the Village Hall. That's the lighting that we own. That's in certain parts of the village. The street lamps that we owned. That's
so much. Because wouldn't it be the same every year? It could be on the same.
Could be. I don't know why it's a little bit more. CFO, do you have any explanation onto why it's more? The electricity or the utility?
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. So if you want to continue, I can come back to that. I'm logged on to your system. So give me a bit.
And the communications freight was about, what was that all about?
That's cell phone.
For the Public Works?
Yes.
Okay.
He needs to have a cell phone.
So previously he didn't have a cell phone, so he needs to have a cell phone. I got you. All right. Those are all my questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Yes, in regards to the hurricane expenses for this year, the $8,000, what went into that?
CFO, can you pull that up and explain what was in those purchases, please?
I guess most importantly is we don't have anything budgeted for next year. So when you purchased whatever that $8,000 came out to, are you not having to have those expenses next year?
Well, we may not, if we don't use them, then we're just gonna store them. You know,
Okay.
there are lots of, you know, we had to have some items, you know, to prepare. So I don't know, CFO, have you opened that item up to see what all those purchases were?
I'm sorry, I just finished with the electricity. Which account were you talking about?
The hurricane.
Emergency.
Part of this was debris management for Rionero. I don't know, maybe that's typed wrong. This
What is
looks like this. Most of this is FEMA related costs for Irma, actually. Senior FEMA Program Manager, Category A, RFI, JAC
No.
project description. There were
That's all old expenses.
Yeah, they were from November. They may be, in fact, expenses from last year that just got billed in November and may need to be reclassified to last year's expenses.
Okay, but we have a list of hurricane items like, you know, a weather alert radio, Ziploc bags. Were those charged to this? Clear storage bags, 30 count, 12 rescue rope throw bag. Was all of this charged into that account?
No.
You don't see those?
This looks all from the first 3 months of the year. In essence.
Tube chainsaws, pressure washer, chainsaw helmet, chainsaw safety gloves, steel blower. Where are these things then? If they're not, because I was assuming it was those things in this. Where do you see these items?
Bear with me. I have a sneaky suspicion. So.
Okay. We'll find those items. And because I assume that that's where these items were stored or that's where they were booked.
Well, I mean, now that it is in those items, and I like to really clarify what that $8,000 is and where the other items fall. And you mentioned a lot of items that shouldn't be, even you can use them year over year until they break. Right. So, it'd be interesting to see how much you spent and what was the total for those items that you purchased, and also a list of what was purchased, and then a clear explanation of what this FEMA Irma costs are.
Okay. Yes, I agree. We'll get that too. Work on that.
Like I said, anything that's, $8,000 for me for El Portal jumps out as a huge number.
Yeah, all that from that original count that I was looking at, the 8325 or 8525, excuse me. That was all related to debris management, and I'm presuming from finishing up Irma, most likely trying to deal with FEMA would be my guess.
But that was a while ago, so that shouldn't still be there. But yeah, we did make these purchases, so I'm thinking there's just something that was not taken out, and then these weren't put in. So we'll review again, because I do have that list of things, but I don't have prices with them, so I would need to go through them with you, CFO.
Okay.
Okay.
Would they be under? I see $8,000 under repair, maintenance, and other. Would have been no,
but that's the nature trail gate.
Yeah, all that's the gate. Well, almost all that's the gate.
All right. Well, it's somewhere.
We'll find it. Okay.
That's the only question I have on this.
Okay. We'll get that answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any other questions from the Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I was just wondering if I could get clarity on that, the utilities electricity.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was actually sleuthing that down. I'm wondering if that street lighting is being posted to the wrong account. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that, Vice Mayor. I looked at the account and there's some street lighting, which is an occasional bill, not a monthly bill. Oh no, geez, I hate Windows. Just closed out the application and didn't mean to. Then I got sidetracked on another question, so I apologize.
Okay, so we'll look that up and find out what that is. But you say it's street light, or what is it looking like now? You said it's put in the wrong place, the street lighting?
Well, that's a supposition of mine is
Oh.
the short answer. So I'm going to try and, while you guys are talking about other stuff, maybe save myself some grief trying to fix these things.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No more questions.
Any other questions from the council? All right, seeing none, going once, okay. All right, next. Any questions on the next couple of pages with all of the special revenue separated accounts that we have? First one is the debt service and parks. See a hand. No. All right, next, we have the special revenue fund.
Gas taxes.
Next, we have the CITT special revenue. I have a question, Christia. So we have recently gotten a bill from the state that we have to start paying back the state the portion of the project that Pannoni did. Where is that being factored in as far as to make those payments?
I don't know. Chris, do you have an answer on that one where we're
I
gonna start?
actually don't know anything about it. So it's
Okay.
probably not being accounted for anywhere.
We just sent the contract in, but no, we've got to find out where we're going to pay that back from.
So tell me the nature of that and what it's about. And
It's the state revolving fund. It's from stormwater facility for the design. So it may be something under stormwater
all right, so it was a stormwater. They want
facility master plan.
So what, they were ineligible costs and they want their money back for that portion of it, or?
No, we'll talk offline, but no, we were fine. It was a state revolving loan that we took out to pay for this design I'm sorry.
So it's part of the loan payment for that.
Yes, we have to pay the loan back at no interest and all of that. So it was
All
a
right.
good situation and we got the product, but we just
All right,
have to pay it.
we'll account for it in the budget. No, I don't think it's going to be an issue with it.
How much is it going to be a month?
No, it's every 6 months, 5,000 and change, right?
Yes,
Yeah. It's twice a
twice
year.
a year
Yeah.
for 20
So,
years.
so it's 10,000, so 1,000 a month, so 10,000.
Yeah.
So the stormwater fund can accommodate that. Under the special revenue fund for stormwater, you generate $32,000. We're expecting to spend 12,000, so that leaves about 20,000 left over. So about half that, it sounds like, is going to go out to debt service to repay that. And the rest will just go into reserves for stormwater.
So my next question would be, where's the $500,000 of legislative fund that we got in 2017 that is going to be used for the El Jardín project? Now, I know a portion of those dollars have been used for the design for Craig Smith, but where's the rest of the monies? And now that I just saw the email that came across that it's finally going to come to fruition.
All right, so that sounds like a loan from the state revolving fund. Am I correct in that?
Well, it was through, it was an appropriated state item that was awarded after the legislative session in 2017.
Oh, so it's so that's different. Well, so it's, I mean, usually those are reimbursable. Have you done any of the project yet?
No, we just finished the design.
All
We
right.
got it approved.
So, and then the design work, did they pay us for the design work, or we need to submit reimbursement, or the design work was on us?
Oh, no, we've been
No.
paid. In fact, I remember in one of the reports that from Irwin that it was, the amount was reflected on there.
All right. So, I mean, but that's water under the bridge at this point. It sounds like there's still a construction of some type or something that needs to be done for the bulk of it.
Right.
All right. Well, I'll get with Christia and we'll account for it. So, I
Mhm.
mean, we're going to have to lay out the money and then get reimbursed from the appropriation. So, but we need to account for it in the budget. Is this something that I guess we're doing next year? Or
Well,
even
now
this
that
year?
we've gotten the approval, it's ready to go. So yes, we need to identify where it is and then start doing the whole process of finding, doing an RFP and everything to get the construction portion of that started.
All right. So, all right. Well, I'll get with Christia and we'll revise the stormwater budget to account for that state grant and the related expenditure for it. So they're paying for 100% of it, or we have to shell up some money for it?
I will have to look at it. That's predated my arrival, but I want to look at it with you so we can.
Okay. We'll get together on a Thursday, I guess, and hash that one out.
Okay.
Yeah, it was right before Christia got here. It was in the summer of 2017. So if you need anything from me, just let me know and I'll forward you any emails I have on those projects.
So what's the work for? I'm confused on that.
It's water drainage improvement for El Jardín area. And it's only taken so long because we haven't been able to get an easement. And I know that recently we were finally able to get an easement. And then Christia and Orlando Rubio were working on other components for the project. And we just got a letter saying that we finally have been approved everything and the project can move forward. So
Right,
it's
good.
for water, it's going to be on the east side.
All right. We'll take care of the budget and the accounting for it.
And then my last question on special revenue is, I mentioned to you and Christia, and I sent you all emails last couple of months, as Christia is moving forward with getting these parks updated. And since we have some of the monies that are going to come in from the Cavista to help us with improvement and updating and renovating, I've asked, where is the 20,000 that was awarded to the village back in 2015 from the Miami Foundation to expand the nature trail? And, we have real opportunity for the members of the council that are unaware. We have a new principal for the new fiscal year. Principal Kevin Lawrence has moved to Booker T. Washington. So one of the reasons the nature trail expansion does not exist is not only because it was put on hold because of septic to sewer, because that became a priority, but also because we were in negotiation with the expansion of the fence and who was going to maintain the fence. But again, now the conversation starts all over with the new principal. But that the 20,000 that was awarded and given to us already should be in a special revenue account for parks.
Well, yeah, my recollection from doing quite a bit of research on that, as you know, is trying to sleuth that down because that goes back several years.
2015.
I'm sorry?
2015.
Yeah, that's a while actually. It looks like it got spent on trees, from what I can tell.
Well, that was a grant and an award that was given to us that was exclusively for the parks. So
we'll need to find a way to put it back, as the short answer to that.
yes.
And I don't have a good solution for you now, but maybe by the next iteration of this budget, we can see what we can do with it. I mean, it took a while to figure out exactly what happened with that, but fortunately, financial trails are usually pretty good. So that's the one we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Oh, that's
Well,
what
you
happened.
know, when you take a look at the budget in and out for the last couple, I mean, you have the matching grant that says 20,000, so maybe a good time to take the 20,000 out of there and put it over to parks. When you look at Public Works, used to be called the interim or the intern.
Yes.
You have 20,000, that's probably a good time to move that over to parks where it really needs to be, because we don't want the Miami Foundation to be giving us a call asking us for that money if that project does not come to fruition.
Yeah, we could do that. Definitely.
And what was it for? I mean, I know what it was spent on, but it wasn't what it was should have
Wasn't
been.
it for equipment? Wasn't it for fitness
equipment.
equipment?
It was, we entered the Miami Foundation as an annual contest, and we proposed to expand the nature trail to, in collaboration with the school and the school board. And we've done a lot of that lead work with contracts and all of that. And we were also going to do a whole, have the path be all circular. So right now it's a one-way. We were going to make it circular and then put equipment, what do you call it? Like fitness equipment and a water fountain and a water station and things like that. I sent all the specifics. I can resend it, and Christia, you can share with the Public Works Committee. But I know that I went through all of my emails and I finally found all of the background paperwork on this, and I sent it to Christia. The good thing is that while I did it with the former manager, Jason Walker, Rob Arano was part of that. So he's got a lot of history as well, and he's familiar with the whole project, because I actually him and I did it together.
Okay.
All right,
So
so-
I'm sorry. I was told the money was sitting there, but it's not. The money was spent.
Well, it's going to be sitting there, so no harm, no foul at the end of the day. I'm just going to call this then in the Parks Fund a nature trail expansion. Is that all right? Or are you going to call it something else?
No, I mean, that's what it is. So yeah, we should
That's
call
fine.
it until it gets renamed to anything else. All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, Chris, so you have a couple of things that you owe us and you need to get back to us on. So if you can work on that with the manager to get us this cleaned up and send it to us, so that there's an opportunity for us to want to revisit this and maybe meet again before
September 8th.
especially with the trim notice and the assess ad valorem that needs to all go forward in July. If the council wants to make any decisions with regards to what we want to potentially do or not do, or what we can do, better said, once we know a little bit better where we're at. So I think it's sooner than later than you can get it to us. I think we can make other decisions that may need to be made.
Yes. We'll work on this as soon as possible. I think there are some more immediate needs, and also I want you all to have as much information as possible before September. So I prefer you were digesting and asking any follow-ups in August while we have that legislative month to do other things. So we'll work on getting this to you as soon as possible.
Councilor Perella, do you have your hand up, or is that from before?
Yes. Yes. Just for clarification, because the last paper that was sent to us, the one that we never got about the new account, the developer contribution, it says here 400,000, but in reality we got 366 something, right?
Yeah, I thought it was 400,000. So when I sent that, because this was done, this report was actually done prior to us getting notification of the money or having deposited, I think. So the account had not been set up at that point, my recollection. But it was, you're right, it was 366, not 4. And whatever it is, it was done after this report. So this next version, we're going to update it for June 30th numbers. So anything we've got through June 30th will be posted in the accurate way. But yeah, I think the bigger issue on that money is just coming up with however you want to spend it next year in a more detailed format, because we just have kind of place markers to spend it. There still needs to be some sort of
Yeah,
plan on what you're doing.
Well, we're gonna need a little more time. As we learned that we don't hold the deeds for those parks, so
Great.
so
right, well, you got
for
the
a
money,
few parks that we wanted to do the improvements.
Well, so who owns them if the city doesn't? I just
the manager's actually doing all the
cities
They're-
are wonderful places.
investigation.
There's a million stories. It'll be interesting to hear this one.
No, those parks or right of ways are actually on our roll from Parks and Rec Department. They did say they're on our roll. However, they belong to the Department of Transportation and Public Works. They have the real dominion. We've been allowed to do certain things with them, but I'm trying to get a determination from them as to we want the right and the deed to them and naming rights. So I have been going back and forth. Councilperson Farrell is in on those emails, and we're not getting any response from them, sadly. So I'll keep pressing.
Is this the county or the state?
No, this is the county.
Oh, good luck.
We're gonna get them.
Yeah, it's
Anything
just
else
always
from
a
the,
drawn out process with the county. It's just
anything
always
else
drawn
from
out.
the council? Hearing none, I want to close on saying a comment that I think is relative and incredibly important. So in one of the meetings that I was not at, and I recall listening to it, and it came up with the admin and finance a few times, and that is the IRMA reimbursement. I really urge every single one of you to make a concerted effort to really get involved and do more. Why do I say that? Because while, yeah, there is a letter that, they're looking into and there's an investigation, but the investigation is not with the village. The investigation, so when I was unaware of there being an investigation, it's because there isn't one. There is an investigation on contractors that was used by us, that was used by Miami Shores, and that was used by Florida City. But there's not an investigation to the village. I spoke in great detail with the manager today because I wanted her to circle back with the people that it's been 2 months. We spoke with Jared Moskowitz May 22nd, and it's been 2 months. Now, I understand COVID-19 has come into play, but every time we speak to them or someone there, I have a tremendous amount of respect for state officials because I can only imagine the work that they do when I know what I have to do at a local level. But at some point, you all have to say enough is enough, because every time we speak to them, the story changes a bit. We don't get the same information all the time. And it's never about the village, because they've never said you all did anything wrong. They've never said that to us. It's always alluding to another force. And it's really, really, really unfair. And one thing that I said to them is, I said, I understand that you're putting us in the same line with, oh, you're not the only one. It's Miami Shores and Florida City. They all use the same vendor. And I said, yeah, I understand that, but they didn't take out a loan. We did. They're fine for the most part. They can wait. Some of them haven't even turned in their reimbursements yet. But at some point, it has to be a conversation that's not just Claudia. And I see, and I see now Vamari has sent some emails to the manager, but it's got to be all of us. And I said that 1.5 years ago, and I will say it over and over again. It's better as a collective voice. You all should call. It doesn't matter if they're saying that they're investigating a vendor. They're not investigating the village. We are the village. We should be calling. You should be asking, because I believe that if more people were asking the hard question, like, what are really the answers? What's going on? I do believe that there could be better results. But right now, the only person that continues to harangue and call is either the manager or myself. And I firmly believe, and I will stand in it, that this village will get its money back, but it's not a priority. It hasn't been a priority. Somebody said earlier, how can we have this conversation without having all the conversation? And it's true. How can we have this budget conversation without having the entire conversation? And a big part of the conversation is the IRMA reimbursement. We are owed that money. There's not a single thing that administration at the time did anything wrong. And never in any conversation has it ever been alluded to that, the administration did something wrong, or that the mayor did something wrong, or that nothing. There's been a lot of innuendo, but nothing, absolutely nothing. All they keep saying is that they're looking into the companies that were used. And every time they say they're looking into it, what they find is always different. So at some point, you all have to get a little frustrated and a little angry enough to make the call, to write the letter, to send an email out, to ask the manager, hey, in your next email, I want to be in copy of that email. Because it is a collective voice. And if there's more voices, I firmly believe that we will get better results. But it can't just be one, it can't be one lone voice. There has to be all of us. You all have to put it, I've said it, you should put it a part of your agenda. You should put it a part of your tracking report. You should want an update regularly, because the answers that we're getting are not consistent. I'm telling you, they're not consistent. It's like we're really being jerked around, and I hate to use that word on the record, but that's a reality. And at some point, you all need to get angry and really start making the calls. Because just like we work for the people here in El Portal, the state works for us. It's the same principle. We work for the residents here. We respond to them. Well, the state officials respond to us because we're not just elected. We're residents of the state of Florida. We're residents of the village of El Portal. We just happen to be elected by the people to represent the people of El Portal. And it is our duty to really make an effort to start asking the hard questions and to start asking the reasons why. And hey, you know what? Maybe you all will get better answers than we're getting, but we're not getting consistent answers. I'm telling you that we're not. Get involved, be involved. You should be involved in that process because it's serious. And I do believe it should not just be the mayor, should not just be the manager. It should be every single one of us, because we have that responsibility to learn more and to know more and to really get it from them, not from the Miami Herald or whatever else, because it's our responsibility. So I say that to say that once the village receives the money, it's a whole other different ball game. Anders asked earlier, how can we put this in the budget, or how do we, or maybe that's not the right question. I will never forget when we didn't even have reserves. When I first started here, we didn't even have reserves. I know what the manager at the time had to do, what the council had to do to build our reserves, and we were able to build it. And then we're able to build more after the trailer park. But there are some decisions that have to be made. But at the end of the day, the primary thing that we all have a responsibility is to really ask the hard questions from the state, because it's time that we need answers, and we need real answers. And we need to stop being jerked around, because we are. I'm telling you, we are. And I mean it sincerely. And I hope you all think about it and remove all the emotions and feelings aside of what you may think and not think, but start going to the source. You have every right, you have every reason, you have every ability to make the calls to Jared, to make the calls to the state. Ask the manager who our contacts are, because the contacts are always changing. The person that wrote that letter to the village that the contractors or somebody was being investigated retired like a week after the letter was written. We can't even get an answer to why nothing. Every time we call, not only is it a different answer, we're given a different person to now have to call. I saw the email today. The manager circled back and he says, he says, oh, thank you for the email, but now I'm putting so-and-so in copy, see if they have an answer. I think we need to step up our game and try to work together and either call the attorney or call the manager not each other, obviously, and make the calls. I think we owe it to the village. We need to start making the calls, not just one, not just two, all 5 of us. And other than that, good job. Thank you. I look forward to getting the update on this on this agenda. I mean, on this budget, and see what we can do forward, because Councilperson Roman is right, that code enforcement car, it's a little, it's, in public, even public works.
Right.
So there's some things that we need to do and we can do, and we're blessed to live in a time where we haven't raised a millage rate, but our home values have gone up, and the home values have gone up because there is good work being done. We have good public safety. We do keep up with our right of way, not to the level that we wanted to, and our code enforcement is not to the level that we want it to be, but clearly we are in a position where people want to live here and people like it here. So we just have to continue with that momentum for all of our sakes, and to continue the community that we have built here. The people are buying here because they see in the community that we are, and people like the community that we are. They love how each home is so distinctive. And I think we really owe it to ourselves and to the residents to really do our homework and start working together on this issue, because I do believe that if we work better together on this, we may see the better results, because there is strength in numbers. Other than that, I know it's late. Let's wrap it up. Thank you. And that concludes it for me. Does anybody have anything else? I think it's good and welfare right now. I'll open it. I see one attendee. I see a phone number. Anybody good in welfare? All right, seeing none. May I please have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Madam Mayor.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Urban. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? All right, hearing none. Our budget workshop concludes at 11:23 p.m. Wow, that's late. I'm sorry. You all have a good night.
You guys.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Take care. Take care, my brother.